Call to order a closed session meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay. Let's see, there's no one in the audience. Is there anyone online for public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items?
We do not have any Zoom attendees, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, could you read off what we'll be discussing in closed session?
Yes. As authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1, Conference with Legal Counsel and Labor Negotiator. The employee organizations are Redondo Beach Police Officers Association, Redondo Beach Police Management Unit, Management and Confidential Employee Group, and Redondo Beach Firefighters Association. Items F2 through F5 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. Properties are 239 and 245 North Harbor Drive, portions of APN 7503-029-903. For F3, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina Parking Lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APNs 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. For F4, the properties are 100 and 130 International Boardwalk, a portion of APN 7505-002-932. And for F5, the properties are 3007 Vale Avenue, a portion of APN 415-001-7931, parking lot at the corner of Felton Lane and 182nd Street, APN 415-803-3900, 715 Julia Avenue, portions of parcels APN 750-702-0900 and APN 750-702-1900, 1935 Manhattan Beach Boulevard, APN 404-900-8903, 807 Inglewood Avenue, a portion of APN 408-302-4900, and 200 North Pacific Coast Highway, a portion of APN 750-500-9902. Thank you.
Thank you. And City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to these items, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will have Laura Calty, our outside labor negotiator, Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director, and Jane Chung, Assistant to the City Manager, helping. With items F2 through F4, we will be joined by Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director. And then for item F5, we will have Luke Smoody, Assistant to the City Manager, as well.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All four?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are recessed to closed session. We will return at or about 6 p.m. To disclose any actions that are required to be announced and then to go into the regular open session of the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Convening to open session, could I get a roll call, please?
We start, oh, hold on one second. Okay, great. Councilmember Waller?
Present.
Councilmember Kessel?
Here.
Councilmember Kaludinovic? Here. Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Mayor Barrett? Here. Mayor Light?
Present. City Manager Witsansky, anything to report from closed session?
No items to report this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn to the regular meeting.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, I call to order the 6 o'clock, a little late, open session of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller?
Present.
Councilmember Kessel?
Here.
Councilmember Kaludinovic? Here. Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Councilmember Barrett?
Here.
Mayor Light?
Here. Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand and be recognized for your service. Okay, and now let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing afterwards for a moment of silence. I'd like to call up Alyssa, who will lead us in the pledge. Alyssa, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa. I'm an 8th grader at Adams Middle School. My favorite subject in school is ASB, and I love the community in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Alyssa, great job. Come on up and get a picture with the council. Great job, Alyssa. Mom, you can come up and get a picture.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alyssa. Okay, jumping down to item C on the agenda, presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1234 travel expense reports. I do have two presentations this evening. Thank you. Okay, our first presentation this evening is we want to recognize two outstanding employees of the city who have earned the 2025 City Employee of the Year award. Mike, do you want to come up with me? And let's see, is Andy here? Yes. Come on up, Andy. So they were recently honored at the Chamber's 118th Community Award Ceremony. This first one is someone who has dedicated nearly 4 decades to the city of Redondo Beach. Gary Lealagi, could you come down? Lealagi, right? Okay, I got it. Okay, sorry about that. Gary first joined the city as a part-time employee, and in 1987 became a full-time employee. That's 2 years before I was in town here. So, over the past 38 years, Gary has worked across nearly every function in public works, from facility maintenance to streets and sewers to pier maintenance, lighting, and more. What was your favorite?
Oh, good question. Facilities.
Facilities, okay. In 2016, he was promoted, oddly enough, to facility maintenance manager, a role in which he oversees the upkeep and operations of 35 city buildings and structures, including HVAC systems, backup generators, and our essential public safety facilities. Gary has been instrumental in delivering many key projects that have directly improved community spaces and city operations. Amongst those are the Wilderness Park Community Center roof replacement, the Alta Vista Community Center roof replacement, the Veterans Park Senior Center and restroom roof replacement. I'm seeing a trend here. We have a roofing problem. The Aviation Gym exterior improvements, Anderson Park Scout Houses, Fire Station 1 and 2 dorm renovations, Police Station kitchen and locker renovations, Public Works roof and HVAC renovations, multiple City Hall office improvements, the Perry Park Teen Center renovations, which we just recently celebrated, and the Veterans Park Historic Library elevator replacement and HVAC upgrades. That's quite a list. Outside of work, Gary loves the ocean, surfing, swimming, and paddleboarding. I didn't know that about you. He's also deeply involved in church outreach, participating in mission trips, both locally and abroad, including helping fire victims in Maui and traveling to Samoa, where his mother lives. Gary, your dedication, craftsmanship, and heart for service have made an extraordinary impact on our community. It's my honor to present you with the Employee of the Year Award.
Gary and Chris both as part of this, and we'll hear from Chris in a little bit as well, or about Chris. We have sort of two different histories here. Gary's been with the city, as the mayor said, for many, many years. Chris has recently joined the city, but what's unique about the two of them together is the two of them used to have a function that was performed by one individual. That was Gary. We created the job to separate the peer facilities management from our upland facilities management, city hall, parks, et cetera, into two positions so we could be more effective. The two of them have been extraordinarily effective over the last 2 years because of that separation. And what's amazing about both of them, and Gary embodies this, is that they are true servant leaders. Gary, you see him on the streets, you see him in City Hall, you ask him to do something for you. Doesn't matter what it is. No task too big, too small. He will do it with a smile, and he'll do it immediately. Everybody in City Hall has experienced that with Gary. It's tremendous. His culture, his internal drive, his warm, friendly, congenial attitude, and the fact that he's can-do at all times. Now, I know there are times when you may leave work and feel differently, but while you're here, everybody around you benefits from your service, your care, your kindness, and your support. So it's the two of them together have just done incredible work over the past year and a half, and that list of accomplishments, you could do one of those projects in a single year in some instances. We had multiple projects executed this year. So Gary, this is a long time coming. You've been a tremendous asset to the city. I've enjoyed working with you in the same department, working with you as a recipient of your hard work, as I've been in other departments over the years. And as city manager, it was an easy choice for me. So thank you, Gary, for all that you've done.
Just Mike said so much of what I was thinking, but I just wanted to highlight Gary's strong character. He's just such a dependable, reliable, honest, trustworthy person. He's such a joy to work with, and super easy to supervise and entrust things to, and know that they're going to get done. So thank you for your leadership in the division and with the guys that you lead. Appreciate you very much.
I think that goes with being a Samoan surfer too, right? Did you have some words you want to say?
Just a thank you, a big thank you to the crew that I work with. Thank you for the recognition. Definitely appreciate it, but I can't do it without the guys that I work with, the department. I gotta say, Jose Ortega and Aaron Silva, huge with the accomplishments that we did for this year. So thank you very much.
And we also have our brand new 2025 coin for the city. So, do we want to get pictures now? Or?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Do you have any family here? Come on in. We don't want you taking pictures, we want you in it.
Down a little that way.
Go down that way a little bit. This way?
Yep, there we go.
You sure you want to be in one? Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Gary.
Our next employee of the year is someone whose leadership, energy, and passion have transformed our waterfront operations. Chris King, would you join us up here, please? Yimpy. Chris King, also affectionately known as Crash, is that from the Crash? Joined the city in 2022 as Pier and Harbor Manager. Before joining Redondo Beach, Chris spent 15 years with the city of Long Beach as a heavy equipment operator. Is that where Crash came from? It sounds like a history of it. And 13 years before that with the ILWU Local 13A at the Port of Los Angeles. Since joining Redondo Beach, Chris has strengthened the effectiveness and professionalism of the pier and harbor maintenance team through training, mentorship, and high standards. He has played a major role in delivering several high-impact projects, including the International Boardwalk Revitalization, the Harbor Dredging Initiative, the Pier Sales Rehabilitation, Fisherman's Wharf Decking Program, RBPD Pier Substation Renovation, the Skate Park and Skate Park Mural, Fire Station 3 dock replacements, Restroom 5 ADA improvements, Yacht Club Way storm preparation and sand clearing, which seems to go on every year, Seaside Lagoon preps and pump replacement, Veterans Park, historic library renovations, and the food waste compactor installation. Chris is an adventurer. I didn't know this about you. Whether it's football, adrenaline sports, or base jumping off mountains in Utah. Wow. Is that where Crash comes from? Hopefully not. That might be a little more lasting. And his love for riding his Harley is legendary, including a 4-day cross-country ride from Daytona Beach to Los Angeles in the middle of the summer. So I'm not sure. We need to work a little bit on timing. It's cooler in the winter. Chris, your drive, your leadership, and your commitment to elevating our waterfront have made a remarkable difference in just a few short years. It is my pleasure to present you with the Employee of the Year Award.
Well, as I said, Chris was also an easy choice this year. The two of them worked so well together in tandem and executed so many incredible projects. The waterfront has never looked as good as it does today. If you've been down there recently, it's a transformative change, and that's largely due to Chris and his leadership. What's been great with Chris in particular is he doesn't just do it from his point of view. He is training, actively developing and training his staff, and he's a force multiplier ultimately for us down there. We haven't had that in a long time. If you've worked in public works or you've been familiar with public works, the pier wasn't always the most desirable assignment. I mean, that's just the flat truth. That has changed under Chris's leadership, and we're just thrilled about that. The execution is one thing, but the development and the foundation that you've created down there for the future is extraordinary. So we're grateful for that. He's done such a great job, we went ahead and named the harbor after him. So it's wonderful. But thank you. Thank you, Chris. You've had a tremendous year. It was, again, as I said, easy choice. Thank you very much.
Not much to add. Chris is just such a joy to work with. Again, full of character and clear thinking, and just do such a great job of taking projects with loose ends and lots of unknowns and capturing it and just making it happen without, seeming effortlessly. But you're doing such a great job. And he's a Bronco fan, which that also goes along. Congratulations.
want to say anything?
I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank the city of Redondo for welcoming me to the city. It'll be 3 years come January, so the beginning of January. It's been a phenomenal transition, phenomenal team here. I enjoy each and every staff member that I work with, and I'm just thankful to do my part. So thank you all.
Crash Junior.
Son is Fender Bender.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Congratulations. It does look beautiful down there. Thanks.
Gary,
Yes, thank you.
Gary.
I also have a point for you.
Charlotte's.
The latest
Charlotte's too.
Oh, really?
Come on down, Gary.
Oh,
Are we doing another picture?
yeah, we can do a combined picture.
Better than us sitting down in the background.
Yes.
Can you just click on say right there?
Time.
Wait.
Mike. Oh, she got it.
And now one that for me is bittersweet. We're going to honor and recognize a leader whose life and career have been defined by service, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to this community, Captain Mike Martinez. Mike began serving his country at just 18 years old, joining the United States Army as a military police officer in 1988. I beat you there, that's 81. He was stationed at Stuttgart, West Germany during the historic fall of the Berlin Wall and the reunification of Germany. He later deployed to the Persian Gulf with the U.S. Army 7 Corps, serving in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm. After receiving an honorable discharge, Mike continued his commitment to service in civilian law enforcement, first with LA School Police and then joining the Redondo Beach Police Department in April of 2000. Over his 25 years with RBPD, Mike served in nearly every corner of the department: patrol officer, field training officer, detective, and recognized as Detective of the Year in 2011, sergeant in patrol and investigations, lieutenant and watch commander, investigation division's lieutenant, and finally, captain of the Special Operations Bureau, overseeing both investigations and special operations. Mike has also been a cornerstone of RBPD's tactical excellence. Over 12 years on the SWAT team, rising from operator to team leader to SWAT commander, leader of our K-9 team, and leader of the Honor Guard. He's a graduate of the Sherman Block Supervisory Leadership Institute and Post Management School, always committed to professional excellence and continual growth. Throughout his career, Captain Martinez truly embodied RPPD's vision: we are the community, leading the way in law enforcement. He championed partnership, problem solving, dignity, equality, and respect, values that shaped not only his leadership, but the culture of the entire department. Captain Martinez, your decades of service to your country, to this city, and to the people of Redondo Beach have left a lasting legacy. On behalf of a grateful community and on behalf of the City Council, it is my honor to present you with the key to the city. In recognition of your extraordinary leadership, dedication, and deep service to Redondo Beach.
Thanks, Mayor.
You know, I talk about often what it takes to have a successful career of 25 plus years, and it's a simple answer, and it's balance. It's balance between your personal and your professional life. So I think it's also very important to note that Mike's father, mother, wife, and children are all here because this is how important of an event this is. So how about a round of applause for Mike's family that helped support him through this career. We couldn't do what we do without the support of our loved ones. So people say, what's the most important thing in a police department and what it takes to provide service? And it's creating a positive culture. Creating a positive culture is what brings us back every single day. And Mike has been a driving force in the positive culture that we created. Many people don't know this, but Mike was actually going to retire last year. And he had made the decision. He was going to go last year. And the department had a need at the time. So in February of 24, I had this idea about possibly trying to get an overhire structure and be able to promote Mike to captain. And I went to him and said, if I can make this happen, would you stay for 2 years? And he said yes. And honestly, him stepping into the captain role rounded out the executive team. And we've been able to make massive strides, not only as an organization, but just as a city overall. And it's been an honor to work with him and to call him a friend. We've worked together in a lot of these assignments, and he really made not only my life easier, but everybody that he worked around's life easier. So well-deserved retirement, Mike. The thing to think about, he's an amazing family man, an incredible police officer, and an even better friend. So you deserve this retirement, and I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. Sure, I've got a few words. First of all, thank you, Mayor Light, Chief Hoffman, City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, and everyone here in attendance. I'm glad this is an actual key and not a key fob or a key card. I'd probably lose it. I was kind of hoping that it would be one of those magic keys that Disney sells, but this one will do. I want to thank, first of all, my family. You know, this is a tough job. We're often working at overnight shifts. We miss holidays, parties. We have to plan events, you know, either days earlier or days afterwards. And, you know, my family's always given me a lot of support throughout my entire career. So my family, they have the key to my heart. Oh, I know. I want to thank my parents for their support my entire life. You know, when I turned 18, I enlisted in the military. And the day that I left the house, my dad said, you can go ahead and leave that key here because you're not going to need that one anymore. So I left the house key and never got it back. I want to thank the chief for his leadership, mentoring, and friendship for the past 25 years. The key that he has is the key that drives the police department. And he's been driving it in a positive direction for the past 3.5 years. And he's going to be missed when he retires. And then lastly, I want to thank everyone from the Redondo Beach Police Department. The sworn members from the captains, lieutenants, sergeants, officers, detectives, civilian staff in our records, dispatch, jail, special operations, support services. All of you are key players to keeping Redondo Beach safe and key players to keeping this place an amazing place to work. And it's been an honor working with everyone for the past 25 years. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'll just stand by Chief Hoffman. Can you get it? Always have to go for the gap. Yeah. I'm gonna move over. Yeah, come on. There we go. Oh, congratulations.
Okay, we're still on item D on the agenda if you're following. So proclamations, announcements, and AB 1234 travel expense reports. I'll start with Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no expense reports. I hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving. Since our last meeting, I attended the Riviera Village Association Mixer and the Employee Holiday Lunch. I'm looking forward to seeing the decoration contest entries very soon. I also went to the Redondo Union High School football CIF finals at Seahawks Stadium. I saw great sportsmanship. It wasn't the best of outcomes, but it was still an exciting event that was also attended by many of us up here. Coming up on Thursday, I'll be attending the Clean Power Alliance Board of Directors meeting downtown, but I'll be back in time for the Riviera Village Holiday Stroll, which is 5 to 9 p.m. The stroll will have Santa, the Grinch, photo ops, a festive shopping atmosphere, and more. On Saturday, you can start your morning early, joining Keep the Esplanade Beautiful at 9 a.m. at Avenue I and Esplanade. This one is sponsored by Beach Cities Health District, where you can join them. And later Saturday, Redondo Beach Police Department will be hosting Let It Snow at Seaside Lagoon from noon till 4 p.m. There'll be real snow, sledding, snowballs, fun, crafts, hot chocolate, photos with Santa, and more. And then Tuesday, December 9th is the tree lighting here out at Civic Center Plaza, and December 16th at 5:30, the Jewish Community Center of the South Bay will host the giant menorah lighting at the Civic Center Plaza as well. Thank you.
I just want to add one thing. Several of us went to that CIF game. It was a good game, not the outcome we wanted. But while we were there and we had the honor of being on the sidelines, thanks to the school board, school bus came up with the cross-country team who had just won the state championship. So great job by our cross-country teams, our Harriers here. So hopefully they'll be competing Saturday for the Western National title up in Portland. So hopefully we get a good outcome out of that. Councilmember Castle.
Nothing for this week. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalajirovich.
Just since our last meeting, I attended the South Bay Aerospace Alliance continued discussions about advocacy to keep Space Systems Command here in the South Bay. No change yet, but we're still working on that. And I also attended the Executive Committee for Regional Homelessness Alignment with the County of LA, discussing Measure A tax dollars and how they're being spent, advocating for local solutions to have their own pot of money, and that we're doing great things with the money we are given, and advocating for more of that. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Not too much, but thank you to the police officers who are about to start the Santa sleigh down throughout Redondo, starting tomorrow, actually in District 4. If you live on Huntington and Harriman.
Tonight.
Oh, tonight. Oh,
Santa's
tonight.
out
Sorry.
right now.
That's right. Oh, that's tonight. Yes, December 2nd. On Huntington and Harriman. The Golden Hills will get it on December 4th. And Vanderbilt, Carnegie, and Rockefeller will be on December 19th. Happy holidays, folks.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
None tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
And I have none either. So we'll jump down to item E, approving the order of the agenda. Does anyone wish to do a change to the order of agenda? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. So we will be following the order of agenda as written. So now can I get a motion to recess to the Housing Authority and then to the Financing Authority?
So moved.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Okay, so I am going to call to order a meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. We have two more people. There you are. Could I get a roll call, please?
One second. We got everybody in place? Okay.
Yep.
Member Waller,
Present.
Member Castle,
Present.
Member Kalajirovich,
Here.
Member Obaji,
Here.
Member Barrett,
Here.
Commissioner Price,
Here.
Commissioner Newton,
Here.
Chairman Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items?
No blue folder items for this agency.
Okay, does anyone wish to pull any of the consent calendar items? I think Councilmember Kalajevic, you wanted to pull C4 and C5.
I do. I want to pull those two, C4 and C5.
Anyone else wish to pull any? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar items 1 through 3, and then we'll discuss 4 and 5 later.
So moved. Second.
A motion and a second. Does any member of the public wish to address items C1 through C3 on the consent calendar? Anyone online?
I have none, and I have no comments for this one.
Okay, I'll call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so C1 through C3 passes. I don't think there's anything you need to read there, correct? Okay. So now we go to item D, the excluded consent calendar items. We'll do C4 first, and since you pulled it, you have the floor, Councilmember Kalajevic.
Thank you.
Remember, Kalajevic.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. I pulled C4. This is the sale of an affordable housing unit at 2001 Artesia. This is obviously a unit for sale. I pulled this because I wanted to talk about or ask some questions about how we are monitoring units that are not for sale. So while we're actually, I'll bring that up during referrals to staff, but I just wanted to note that this is the process that we go through to monitor affordable units, and it is regulated here by the city. So I just want to make that note, and we'll come back to it in a minute.
Okay, is that all on C4?
That's it, yes.
Does anyone from the audience wish to address item C4? Anybody online?
I have none online or comments.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve C4?
So moved.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Is that an aye? Okay, so that passes unanimously, item C. Now, item C5, you have the floor.
Yes.
Remember.
I pulled, this is the quarterly report. Normally, we go through this. I understand it's in consent calendar. I have a few questions about the report. Do we know how many vouchers are for people housed outside of Redondo Beach?
I don't have those numbers with me.
If we can provide Robin a moment to come up and help us answer. She's one of our housing specialists. Robin, would you come up to the mic over there and provide the response if you have a rough estimate for the board member? Thank you.
It doesn't have to be hard numbers.
She's giving you the evil eye there.
I'm sorry. You don't have to have exact numbers. I'm just trying to understand, where all of this is and who's housed in Redondo Beach and some of those poured out vouchers.
Are you asking specifically about the HCV program or the EHV program?
Not the emergency housing vouchers, the HCV.
The one, I don't have the exact number, but I would guess probably around 15.
Okay, just that's helpful. I would like to know maybe the next time in this report, just so that we have that number to better understand who's actually being housed in Redondo Beach and the other process we have to go through for those others.
Okay, it's a very small number compared to the program.
Yeah, because the total is 443 families, so 15 is a small number, but nevertheless, part of, I think, the solution that we're trying to solve here in the city. Can you, and I don't know if it's a question for you or staff here, but the report says that the amount of funding is decreasing for the reportable months, October, November, December. Why is it decreasing?
Through natural attrition.
Okay, so there is natural attrition happening.
Yes.
And we're not pulling any new people from the wait list, so that number is going down.
Correct.
That's because funding is going down, right?
Well, we're in a shortfall.
We're in a shortfall,
yeah.
and the natural attrition combined with some of the other ways you're addressing it is how we're going to address the shortfall and hopefully get
Yes.
flush at some, okay.
Yes.
And then how long have we been in a shortfall? Wait,
Since October?
okay, so not long, great. And for the agencies that are porting families to Redondo Beach Housing Authority, have we been billing them in the past, or how does that work?
Yes, we have been billing. When we see the opportunity to absorb them, meaning we take financial responsibility, we do.
Okay.
But like, we have some that we're currently billing everybody.
Okay, so we're billing them. Are the other housing authorities paying us?
Yes.
Okay, great. I mean, that's the other question, right? And then the other way that you're addressing the shortfall here, it says lowered payment standards. What, can you speak more to that?
So when we have the presentation on the administrative plan, on
That'll
the
be
public
fun.
hearing, we'll be able to walk you through that.
Great. And then those are my only questions about the report. But in the next report, if we can have that number for people housed outside of the housing authority, or Redondo Beach, that would be great.
Thank you, Robin.
Okay, any other questions on this?
You're Robin.
Only to say, I thought those were good questions, and I agree with the request to provide the data.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, does any member of the public wish to address this item?
Hello, I'm Erica Foster, and I'm a citizen of Redondo Beach. I was here at the last meeting.
Welcome back.
I had a couple questions about the downsizing. I spoke with Robin, and I completely understand why they have to do that, so that, like, I don't have a question about that anymore. But in the report, it says that it could take 12 to 24 months to have that done. So if they could give a figure for how many get renewed during each month, and how long that process takes once they give the people the notice that they have to downsize to a right-size unit, because that could free up funding for people who need vouchers. So if we could get some figures as to what that looks like instead of just like a 2-year timeframe, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a quick answer, or do you prefer to just contact?
Can I please, because I have tinnitus, so I can't hear very well.
Yeah, we'll be able to provide an answer
provide
to them
the-
later. Yes, of course. And we do cover that item in the general report on the admin plan as well.
We can discuss more during the.
Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anybody online?
We have none, and nor e-comments.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve C5.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, let's see. So tonight we do, now we go to, I'm sorry, item E, public participation on non-agenda items for the Housing Authority. So does any member of the public wish to speak on non-agenda items for the Housing Authority? Okay, anyone online?
None. No.
Okay, going down to item F, we do have 2 public hearings tonight. And so item F is to reveal any ex parte communications related to items G1 or G2. I have talked with several of the council and with staff on both of these items. So, Councilmember Waller, anything to disclose?
Nothing to disclose.
Councilmember Castle.
Nothing to disclose.
Member Kalajerovich.
I've spoken to staff, South Bay COG, and you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji. Member Obaji.
Which item is this?
It's G1 or G2.
No, nobody.
Councilmember Barrett.
Yeah, I conferred with Bayer and staff.
Okay, do you have any? No?
No, sir.
Sir? Any ex parte communications on?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go into the public hearings. First, we'll hear G1.
So good evening, Chair and members. Tonight, we have our report on the updates to the administrative plan. Now, Imelda is going to walk us through what the administrative plan is and what it does for us managing our Section 8 program. But there are two things that are instigating the changes that we're proposing tonight. One are mandatory requirements triggered by something called HOTMA. And again, Imelda Delgado will walk us through what that is. But the other changes are discretionary, and that's because we are declared in a shortfall. And these discretionary changes will help us just tighten our books a little bit and make sure that we're able to close that gap sooner rather than later. So with that,
Can we stand by?
of course.
I need a motion to open the public
So
hearing.
moved.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Thank you.
Okay, great. And with that, I will hand it over to Imelda Delgado, our housing manager.
Thank you. Good evening, board. Again, I'm Imelda Delgado, the housing manager. I'm here to present on the administrative plan for the Housing Authority. The Redondo Beach Housing Authority is a public housing agency, and we receive federal funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to administer the Housing Choice Voucher Program, most commonly known as the Section 8 Rental Assistance Program. HUD requires public housing authorities to have an administrative plan that has all the policies and procedures to ensure compliance with federal and laws and regulations and consistency in program operation. The Housing Opportunity Through Modernization Act, or HOTMA, made changes to statutes governing HUD programs, which is why public housing authorities are required to update the administrative plan. These are some of the mandatory updates that were updated in the revision of the administrative plan. So these basically we had to do it. We had no choice. These are the most significant discretionary changes made by the Redondo Beach administrative plan changes. Just to highlight a few, the first one is the subsidy standards. We revised the subsidy standards. We made it so that 2 people will be issued a 1-bedroom, and that's pretty standard in the housing industry. We changed the policy to be able to implement payment standard decreases, which we didn't do before. Now, in response to the question of the payment standard reduction, the payment standard is basically a cap of rental assistance that a participant family will receive. Based on the number of family members or subsidy standards, which we revise, they are issued a voucher with a bedroom size. So 2 people will receive a 1-bedroom voucher. And with that 1-bedroom voucher, it's set to a 1-bedroom payment standard. The payment standard is set by taking anywhere between 90 to 110% of the fair market rent based on local housing market, budget, the economy, those kind of things. We also added asset limitations for participants. Now, this is something that is discretionary. They're implementing it, HUD will be implementing it at eligibility, but we are implementing it for participants. This means that participants with over $100,000 in assets may be terminated. We added 2 new preferences for the emergency housing voucher participants. Because of our shortfall, we are not able to transition the sunsetting program participants onto the regular Housing Choice Voucher program. So in preparation for possible funding in the future, we added the preferences so that we can easily add them to the waiting list without making them go through the process of applying. And with the preference, they get priority over others that are on the waiting list. So the first preference is for elderly and disabled, and the second one is for all the other EHV participants. The significant amendment to the administrative plan trickled a significant amendment to the annual and 5-year plan that we submit to HUD. So that is why those are also on tonight's agenda. With that, I close by saying staff recommends that the board approve the amended administrative plan and adopt the resolution number HA 2025-89. And I'd be more than happy to answer more questions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have questions on this of staff? Go ahead, Member Kalajevic.
Thank you. Thank you for this, and thank you for addressing it. I know it was a lot of work. I know this is a really big document and very layered in what can be done. So I know there was a lot of work to this. Thank you. I want to make sure that while we're addressing policies, that we are addressing really. I mean, we're a unique city. We have our own housing authority, and we have a lot of affordable housing that has been pushed on us and also is coming into the market. I think this ties into that, and the intention is that we are going to help those that need it most. And so the policies that we're revising and changing are directed to do just that. Some of the things that you had mentioned that you were addressing in the short term right now to address the shortfall, are those also being implemented in the policy changes, like the annual income verification and the lower payment standards, voluntary moves, all that is in the policy going forward as well?
A lot of those are HUD required.
Okay.
The ones on the slide are discretionary, which means HUD allows us to take that discretion.
So to answer your question, yes, we're already actively
doing.
Yes.
So everything we're doing in the interim, we are also going to be doing going forward.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. And then going forward, I think one of the things that is not serving us well is that we have a wait list that's been closed since 2015, and some of the preferences, as I understand it, are priority for Redondo Beach residents, but we've cleared that.
That is correct.
Very long ago.
There is no resident on the waiting list.
In order to address, really the highest need in our area, I think it's important, and I think this should be part of our process going forward, is that we clear the wait list and have them reapply so that we can prioritize those Redondo Beach residents on an ongoing basis.
We can do that, or we can open up the waiting list again with the preferences, one being local or residents. They get priority. So that basically means they move up to the top of the list when they apply, even if we have people that have been waiting.
Is there anything that prevents us from clearing the list? And I only ask that because, if someone applied in 2014 and then has just gone off and moved somewhere else, I do think there's some activity and onus in being active in advocating for the housing that is needed. So is there any reason we can't clear the list and start anew?
So I know Imelda is fairly new, but from what I recall, we did do a purge of the list not too long ago. But it required, I believe it was HUD regulations, it requires extensive outreach to ensure we've done everything possible to notify everybody on the list that they will get kicked off if they're not responsive to us. And once they're responsive, if they meet certain minimum requirements, they're just kept on the list. So the purge effort is very arduous and long. Okay. And I think that's why Manager Delgado is recommending that perhaps to expedite adding locals to the list, maybe we just open the list again, keep it as is, but open it, and whoever's local just automatically gets prioritized and brought up to the top.
Okay, I see that. I'm trying to, thank you for talking me through this, but so once you're on the list, you just stay on the list and there's no more work done, right?
Unless we actively purge them. And we can undertake that. It just takes a lot. And feel free to jump in to walk them through the process. But from what I understand and my limited knowledge is that it is a pretty extensive process for our staff to undertake. So I think she was just recommending a quicker way of opening the list to locals, but we could certainly
So
do.
I see the point of purging it, but there's nothing we can do to set up a policy to say that, like, you apply and your application expires on this date. If you want to,
and you
have to reapply.
Not expire, but we can, I'm going to say revamp our process to where we can change our admin plan to indicate that we will call or accept applications, let's say yearly, use all of those applicants for the year, and then purge all the applicants at the end of the year.
So the process is you have to go through that purge process. You can't just say your application expires on a date.
Not currently, no. We would have to amend the admin plan.
But you could amend
But we
it to
could
do
amend
that.
them.
We can, yes.
Okay, that would be my preference in doing that, so that you would avoid that activity of purging and still get the outcome of having active applicants and prioritizing Redondo Beach residents.
Well, because these applicants that are currently waiting applied some time ago when the rules were different, we would have to apply those rules. So I think.
So these would have to be purged, they'd have to be allowed to apply again, or, I'm just saying, that is my preference. How do we get there?
I'm sorry, say that again?
So my preference is to have an expiration for the applications. Whether that means that we amend the policy, I would like to do that. And I understand there's probably a process for those that are already existing on the wait list. So I guess I'm open to how do we get to that goal?
To purge the ones that are on the waiting list?
To purge the ones on the waiting list and amend our policy to have an expiration for the applications that are received.
I think it would take two steps. One, to purge, to actively purge. It can be as simple as just sending out interest letters so that they respond and say, yes, I'm still interested. Please keep me on the waiting list. Or depending on what our current admin plan says, if they don't respond in however time, then we just remove them.
Okay.
But it would take staff time.
So if I understand correctly, though, just to make sure, if we want to move forward with some changes, is we have to bifurcate the process. One is how do we address folks that are already on the wait list because they're bound by older rules and we can't change the rules for them.
Yep.
So we have to tackle that. And I don't think we need to make any changes for that in the admin plan. But for future wait lists, you're recommending that we build in a system where we don't have to go through this old process, but instead every year you must reapply in order to remain on the wait list. If you don't reapply, you are removed.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
How long is our longest waitlist person or family?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How long has our longest individual or family been on the wait list?
Is it 2014 when the wait list was open?
I believe so.
How?
2014? 2015?
2015?
2015.
I totally agree with Member Kalajerovich. We need a way to, we've got to do the work, unfortunately, to get through the purge, but then we also need to set it up so that we don't reproduce this problem because, you know, people are sitting on this for that long.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem appropriate. We've got, you know, probably people with more need who need it now, and we got put them at the end of a long list.
That's correct.
Doesn't seem appropriate. I mean, you wait for a boat slip, and if you don't take it when you get it, you're out. So, and it just seems like the way to go.
Yeah, it makes
and I know
sense.
it's some work up front, but it's better to get through it now than when it's just going to get bigger. And well, you closed down the wait list now, right?
Yeah, it's shut.
So that's wrong too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Makes sense.
Okay. Anything
That's all I have, and that was my main point with
Anyone
this.
else?
Yes. I was wondering, so we've gone through, I've been here a year now, and we've gone through and we've been reporting these statistics on the wait list as far as like families and children, 495, elderly families, 264. We just said that there's nobody from Redondo Beach, but we're reporting that there's 2 people in Redondo Beach that are on the wait list. Is there a way, if we are going to purge this wait list, do we have some sort of way to ensure accuracy of these numbers?
I can pull updated reports.
It says live or work in Redondo, so I believe those 2 individuals work in Redondo, but still local enough.
They're still considered local.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else?
No, sir. No, thank you.
Okay. Any member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
None online and no e-comments for this item.
Oh, it does sound like we have.
Oh.
As far as the wait list goes,
Can you say your name?
Yeah, oh yes,
I'm
my
sorry.
name's Erica Foster again. So I've done a lot of research on this. The way that the wait list goes, like there are 47 people that are over the income limit that couldn't do it anyways. So if they opened it and the emergency housing vouchers or other people in need in Redondo were allowed to apply, they would take priority over the people who are on the waiting list. And you could apply for a waiting list for a HUD voucher and live in Texas. And that's just the way that the national government does it. They have a website that actually gives information that tells you when they open them up, and people apply from all over the country. But my question never got answered for the other one. So I just wanted to know, it says 12 to 24 months for the downsizing. I wanted to know what that timeline looks like. So I understand that they will be downsizing the units, and that is probably a very large portion of the shortfall, is to get everybody in right size units, because all people who were two people could have a 2-bedroom. But it says that it's on the renewal dates. So do you know how many renew approximately each month? How many units, how many households are in, that aren't in right size units? And then how long they'll have to comply with that? Because that seems like the best bet for anyone who's trying to get a voucher currently, to be able to stay housed and not become homeless, that are willing to downsize.
So at the moment, if I may answer part of that question,
yes,
if the board will allow me. I believe we have numbers on the number of folks that we would be able to right size when we're able to roll it out. I'm not quite sure at what rate we can roll them out though at, because I don't think we've done that research or dug in that deep. But I don't know if Manager Imelda Delgado has that number for us?
Yes, we have about 40 families that would be right-sized. And I think staff actually calculated what we would save in housing assistance payments, and it's about $25,000 to $30,000 a month. Now, in regards to the 24 months, currently, one of the items that we changed is that we do not implement decreased payment standards, which is the maximum subsidy that a family receives under the program. We are changing it so that we are able to decrease those payment standards. However, HUD requires at least a year's notice to the participant family that that's going to happen, which is 12 months. So it kind of takes the 24 months. At your next available recert, you will be notified that your payment standard is going to decrease, and that at the next annual recert, it will be the decreased payment standard would be applied. So you technically have about 12 months notice.
So if they get their renewal.
I don't want to get into a question and answer. That's not what this is designed for, but can you guys contact her offline and answer her questions?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
Bill Navarez, I live in Redondo Beach. What I'm not hearing, and perhaps I'm wrong, but does anyone ever come off the wait list? That's my question.
Answer that.
Yes.
And how so? I know it's not supposed to be question and answer, but.
So the last time we pulled folks off the wait list, I believe it was in batches of 100. We did 2 batches, and we're able to pull and assess their income, verify that they're still eligible, and I believe it was in November of 2024. So about a year ago.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anybody online?
I have none.
Okay, Councilmember Kaladrovich, did you want to make a motion to
What direction do you need from us?
Oh, hold up, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, Sorry, no.
And can you go back to the slide of what direction you need from us? So I would like to, I guess, I would like a revised administrative plan that addresses the concern with the wait list, purging it and having policies where the applications expire after a year. So I imagine that's a substantive change that will need to come back.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's a substantive change. It will need to come back.
Yes, it would come back for approval, not necessarily, depending on the amendment, the annual plans.
Okay. So that would be my motion.
So you're not getting the resolution to adopt, you're getting the come back with changes.
Correct.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. So you'll be coming back with this with the changes asked for by member Kalajerovich. So now we're going into G2. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing on item G2?
So moved.
I need a second, folks.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, you have the floor.
So these updates to the annual plan and the 5-year plan were triggered by the approval of the annual plan, so we can go ahead and wait for these as well.
So we'll continue this item. We're looking for, okay.
Motion to continue.
Okay, we got to get public input first.
Okay.
Any member of the public wish to address item G2? If, as you heard, this is being continued because of changes done to item G1. Wait till you get to the mic.
I'm Erica Foster again. I just have one comment. They put a 2-year time limit on the emergency housing vouchers that currently live in Redondo Beach. And if the waiting list purges after a year, does that risk those people then losing their place in the wait list and then not being an emergency housing voucher recipient when they have to reapply? Because then we lose our priority wait list.
You have a quick answer for that?
In order to remain on the wait list, if I understand correctly, you would just need to reapply every year. And because we are providing a preference for the EHV voucher holders,
Right.
it's the 24-year period is just, 24-month period is if, let's say the EHV voucher sunsets, thank you, in April of next year, they would have 2 years from this April to get into a unit. But if they have preference and priority, that should be quite doable.
So we get to create those priorities.
Okay.
Yeah. It'd be okay.
Okay, anyone else from the public? Anyone online?
No, I have no one online or e-comments, but I do want to ask a question related to this one. You're going to continue, the other one you closed. So is this coming back next time, or are we moving it to a different month so that we repost?
To figure out when we.
It's a little challenging because there's some significant posting of these changes that we need to do, like 45 days in advance, I believe is. And we have to see and research if we need to do that all over again. So we don't know quite when we can come back to you.
Okay, so then I suggest we close this
Yeah,
public hearing and
we have to adjourn to a date.
The next quarterly meeting is.
I'm sorry?
In March. The next quarterly meeting is in March. So.
Is that good?
That's as good as it's going to get, right?
We could have asked for one earlier.
We can do a special meeting of the Housing Authority. But that'll be a special meeting. You don't need to adjourn to that date. We can just schedule it.
You agree with that?
That works.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why you need to close this hearing. Yeah, no, that's what I'm just saying. If you close it, then they would notice it. If you continue it, then we would just continue to the next meeting or whatever meeting you suggest. That's how it works.
So you prefer us to close it or continue it?
Close.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, any other, so there's no one else waiting?
No.
Okay, can we close the public, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, and did you want to make a motion for the changes, or I guess we don't have to? You're going to make the changes based on what you heard on G1?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. sorry, my copy here is screwed up. Okay, so we have no old business. We have no new business. Any referrals to staff? You just go down the line. Any referrals to staff? Councilmember?
Sorry, I do have a referral to
Well, wait,
staff.
let's go. No. Okay. Your turn.
Now, my turn, great. Regarding the affordable units, can we get it would be great if we had an inventory of affordable units for rent in Redondo Beach. That's it, thank you.
We need a second.
Oh.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
Can I add, subject to any privacy laws? We'll look into whether we can disclose that.
Yes, really what I'm looking for is, do we know where they are? And do we have any, what's the most recent data we have that those rents are remaining affordable?
I just want to make sure what we disclose, we're able to disclose.
It doesn't have to be the address.
X100 block of Broadway kind of thing.
I think what she's driving at is, and we can't discuss it here, but do we have any way, like we can enforce the
sale
that just happened, but if someone was a rogue landlord and didn't do that, or if it's an apartment, do we have the insight, do we have a way to validate that it's remaining affordable housing? So that's what we're driving at here. I don't want to debate it or discuss it. I think that's where you're going with this, correct?
Yes.
And then to understand that we have a handle on what are all the affordable units
right.
Within the city. Okay. Anything else? No. Okay. Anything?
No, thank you.
Okay. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn. The next scheduled meeting would be the regular meeting Tuesday, March 3rd, right here at 6 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, I call to order a regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Waller?
Present.
Member Castle?
Here.
Member Kolujevic? Here. Member Obaji?
Here.
Member Barrett?
Here.
Chairman Light?
Here. Can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Do we have any blue folder items?
Not for this agency, thank you.
Okay. Let's see, we have 4 items on the consent calendar. Does anyone wish to pull any of the items on the consent calendar?
Not for me. Nope.
No? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does any member of the public wish to address items C1 through C4 on the Community Financing Authority agenda? Anyone online?
None for e-comments and Zoom.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, items C1 through C4 are approved unanimously. Let's see. Item E, public participation on non-agenda items. Does any member of the public wish to address the Financing Authority on the agenda items for the Financing Authority, or things that are, I'm sorry, non-agenda items for the Financing Authority? No? Anyone online?
None, and then no e-comments.
Okay. So any referrals to staff?
Oh, nope.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
So the next meeting of the Redondo Beach Financing Authority will be a regular meeting held at 6 p.m. Tuesday, January 6th. And with that, we'll adjourn back to the, return to the open city council meeting. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller?
Present.
Councilmember Castle?
Here.
Councilmember Kolujevic?
Here.
Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Councilmember Barrett?
Here.
Mayor Light?
Here. Okay, item G, do we have any blue folder items for the city council agenda?
Yes, it's related to J1, which is public participation on non-agenda items, public communications, and that's it.
Okay, we have consent calendar items.
Oh, we need to,
I'm sorry?
we need to motion. for the
Motion to
blue
receive
folder
and file
items.
blue folder.
Motion to receive and file blue folder items.
Motion.
Okay. Motion to second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, carries unanimously. Now going to item H, does any member of the council wish to pull any of the items on the consent calendar? Councilmember Waller?
No.
Castle? Nope. Councilmember Kalajerovich? Councilmember Obaji?
No, I just want to say thank you to Director Wingy and Senior Traffic Engineer Ryan Liu for the status report on the micro-mobility network. In addition, I'm excited to see on item H10 that the city will be contracting ARIAs that Councilmember Barron introduced us to help consult relative to economic development along Artesia Boulevard. Great things.
Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Nothing? I also want to thank Councilmember Barron for bringing Arias forward, and I'm glad we're moving forward with some activity there. So with that, I'll take a motion to approve items H1 through H16.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, does any member of the public wish to address items H1 through H16? We'll go by cards. Let's see, the first one is H7, Liam Walsh.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Liam Walsh from District 5. Wanted to just make a note on item H7. Also appreciate seeing the update from staff on the progress of micromobility routes throughout the city. I really appreciate all the data and transparency that the city's put together for how these projects are going. I did want to make a note about the prospect section of the bicycle master plan. In that status update, it was noted that the prior city council deemed bike lanes on Prospect to not be feasible due to reconfiguration of parking and or car travel lanes. Although I think now is a great time to revisit that. Mainly since the pandemic, we've seen a lot of growing issues with speeding vehicles on Prospect Ave. Additionally, growing bicycle usage on nearby streets. The study the staff put together showed about 500 bikes a day going down the Flagler Alley to and from Redondo Union. So despite this boom in biking popularity, which helps reduce a lot of the peak hour pickup and drop off traffic, Prospect still remains a very dangerous corridor to bike on, which this kind of north-south route I think is really key to allowing people to bike safely and conveniently through the city, because there's really no good way to avoid it when you're trying to get across from one side to the other. So just in summary, I think with all the speeding, truck issues, and growing popularity of bikes, I think this is a great time to take a look at what it would take to implement protected bike lanes along Prospect Ave, and just ask that you consider providing this direction to take at least the first step to doing some sort of feasibility study to see what the different options look like and what's feasible there. So yeah, appreciate all the work the city's been doing. Also happy to see the Redondo Beach Boulevard Metroactive Transport Project move along. I'm looking forward to the completion of the SoCal Edison North Redondo Beach Bikeway extension. So thanks for everything you've been doing and looking forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Jim Mueller and then Joan Irvine.
Good evening, Council. Jim Mueller, District 5. Thank you, Council, for prioritizing the economic development of the Artesia Corridor in this item H10. Before the Council approves this contract, however, I ask the Council members to pull it from the consent calendar for further review and enhancement to assure that resident preferences are included as part of the market void analysis and not rely on preferences of outside consumers. The proposed contract does not specify as a deliverable results of a survey of the consumer base around Artesia Boulevard. It speaks of a market void analysis, which tries to identify a targeted customer base, with no mention of contact with the people who are the most likely patrons of Artesia businesses. Successful revitalization efforts in other cities always starts with extensive community input consisting of every kind of contact from wide-based surveys to community forums. The last time there was a consumer survey around Artesia was during the ACAP creation process in 2017. Another issue the council should review is the choice of vendor. The proposed consultant is a San Francisco firm that does not have the insight that local agents and developers have into the local businesses and commercial history of the South Bay, nor do they have any incentive to assure success of our commercial district. And the final reason to review the contract is that a large part of the contract's deliverables is information that is available and accessible via public records that the city or any local developer can quickly obtain via landowner listings. Again, I request the council to pull item H10 from the consent calendar for further review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Joan Irvine?
Joan Irvine, District 1, Mayor, City Council, City staff, people who are here. I'd like to address H16, which is the survey for the, about cannabis dispensaries. I'm really pleased that we're moving forward, hopefully permitting regulated cannabis dispensaries that will provide safe access to both medical and adult use cannabis for the 75% of Redondo Beach residents who are over 21, more than 52,000 people. As we proceed with the survey, I do have some questions about the process. Maybe it's just me, but I couldn't find a copy of the proposed survey. All residents should know what's being asked for transparency. How were the questions developed? How were the 500 voters selected, and how is that group distributed across age range? Who reviewed or approved the questions? And was anybody in the industry knowledgeable, consulted during this process? When is the survey being distributed? How long will people have to complete the survey? And when will the results be made public? I must say, I heard that one council person may have had some input, and if it's a council person that I know, when I talked to him in March, he didn't even know the difference between CBD and THC. That concerns me. That's why I urge all of you, anybody who is going to be in this survey, please do your own research. It's your responsibility to be fully informed before answering the survey. How many of you have ever been inside a modern, well-run dispensary? I encourage everybody involved to visit places like the Artistry in Hawthorne or Sweet Flower in Culver City. These are beautiful, well-maintained retail spaces that look nothing like the outdated stereotypes. And also, how many of you have ever even tried cannabis? I mean, how do you answer a survey when you haven't even been involved? And while you're doing your research, please review well-documented health benefits that cannabis provides, especially to adults over 50. It improves sleep, it reduces pain and stress, supports cognitive health, eases the side effects of chemotherapy, and has shown effectiveness in treating female orgasmic disorder, which affects over 70% of women. These are real quality of life benefits that affect many of your constituents. As I have said before, too highly regulated dispensaries will not negatively affect children. Quite opposite, they will make it safer for our city and children. Legal dispensaries reduce the unregulated black market, which is the only way where minors can currently access anything. Children cannot enter dispensaries, period. So, and I'll stop at that because it's time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address no applause. You can wave your hands if you're in support. Anyone else wish to address the council on the consent calendar items?
Georgette Gantner, District 2. I'd like to address H10 also regarding the real estate individuals from Arias. I hope that they will strongly investigate and be able to do something about the vacant properties, because at some point, as you know, I've walked along the street and identified many, probably close to 20 vacant properties, and those properties need to be utilized, especially in the beautification and location of public art. And when I read the administrative report in background for H10, it does say the consultant would conduct parcel level research to compile ownership information, contact details, and lease expiration dates to better understand current property conditions with potential for redevelopment and land assemblage. So, and a market void analysis, which I don't know if market void analysis pertains to researching the vacant properties. But I hope that that is a priority and that they are able to incentivize individuals who have been sitting on their property for some time, and they will be able to develop and enhance this project for which you have, and the Public Art Commission has put forth so much seed money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the consent calendar items? Anyone online?
Yes. Rick McQuinlan. Go ahead.
You there, Rick?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, council members. I'm Rick McQuillan of Manhattan Beach. I'm a friend of Redondo Beach and a fan of Artesia Boulevard. I see that you may commission Arias to provide real estate advisory services for the Artesia corridor. Just want to let you know, I'm still actively working on the Artesia app. My original vision was to provide community commerce where Artesia becomes a live, connected shopping center that serves the community by just satisfying their goals and projects and needs. Now, my initial test was showing that users may need help to onboard into this new way of thinking. So I've stepped back to add AI to the app, which really helps users ease into this new approach. It's taking some time, but it's going well. The ultimate goal is still community commerce, and now includes automatic buying. Now, if we want to keep a mix of like retail to add to the restaurants and the physical therapy, et cetera, places, I think we're going to need this because online sales are climbing. This year, we're starting to see a new generation of online shopping agents from Walmart.
So Rick, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you have to, how is this tied to something on the consent calendar?
Okay, well,
are you saying the Arias contract should be modified, or?
H10, yeah, the long and the short of it is, I was just trying to give you an update, and I would be happy to talk with Arias if you would like. It's up to you. It's still early, but I will do that. And it was also mentioned that someone suggested possibly we could use the quaint little Artesia app as it is now to help gather community data and present project findings. So if we plan for it, that might also be possible. So there it is. I was giving you a little update, and possibly I can talk to Arias if you would like.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else online to address the consent calendar items?
I have none. However, I have, oops, wait a minute. I have Jonathan Quebeco. Go ahead.
Jonathan, you there?
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to provide you a few quick updates on the cannabis industry state as of the last time we've gotten to speak on this.
Does this have to do with this is not general public input. This is about the survey or the other?
Correct, it's about the survey.
Okay, so keep it on topic, please.
So when it comes to the survey, as we're going to be now deciding upon whether this is a good thing for the city or not, it's important to know that the state has yet to address the health safety concerns on testing that the LA Times have exposed. The head of the Department of Cannabis Control who's been heavily criticized, has now stepped down. The latest state sales numbers for Q3 of this year are down once again, quarter after quarter, year after year. Yet another large state, multi-state operator has now pulled out of California. The city of Los Angeles has realized that there's about $300 million in uncollected taxes and fees, that they're now having real discussions around the reality of not being able to collect those taxes, compounded on top of the over $1 billion in the state level of taxes that have gone uncollected. With the continued decline of the cannabis industry, the county of Los Angeles has also stalled out rolling out its program. The fact remains that there's no significant public health nor economic benefit to allowing cannabis operations in Redondo at this time, and I hope that that is information that can be shared with our community as the survey goes out. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, hold on one second. I have a Rob Core.
You there, Rob?
I am. Good evening. Mayor Light and City Council. I'm the president of Advisors Real Estate Asset Services, Arias. And I do want to just say to the members of the audience there that we absolutely welcome public input, and the void analysis that we are in the process of conducting been made very clear by Mayor Light that he would like to see community involvement and community focused business in the Artesia corridor and throughout Redondo Beach. And this is not about commercializing and bringing folks in from the outside, but to the extent we can help business in Redondo Beach grow and help improve the environment in which you all live and work. We are experienced and have had success in the city of Monterey in a very similar situation, and also in Santa Barbara, but also in small communities throughout California. So to the extent we have the opportunity to work in the community and with the city of Redondo Beach, we look forward to your input, and we look forward to partnering with the residents of the city to make this as good a situation as possible for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Yes, no, wait a minute, let's see here. I have no one here, however, for
He's probably gone. Sorry.
For the e-comments, I have H6, 1 person opposed, H7, 3 support, H8, 1 support, H12, 1 support, H15, 1's neutral, for the record.
Which was the first one you said?
H6.
And it was a not support? It was a
opposed.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, based on that, the public testimony, does any member of the council wish to change the, pull anything else? No? Okay, so I'll call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
Okay, so I have 7 items, just to be patient. H9, approved by title only resolution number CC-2512-091, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving 2024 grant year State Homeland Security Program SHSP sub-recipient agreement between the County of Los Angeles and the City of Redondo Beach, and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement on behalf of the city. Approved by 4/5 vote, and title only resolution number CC-2512-092, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2025-2026 budget modification to appropriate $64,322 in grant year 2024 State Homeland Security Program grant funds to the Intergovernmental Grants Fund. H12, adopt by title only ordinance number 3308-24, amending Title 10, Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 10-2.402, definitions of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to the definition of P, permitted by right, in the city's various specified zones and procedures, and determining the amendment as exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act for second reading and adoption. H13, adopt by title only ordinance number 3310-25, the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 2, Article 1 to add Section 10-2.402A, 167.5, amending Title 10, Chapter 5, Article 1, Section 10-5.402A, amending Title 10, Chapter 2, Article 4 to add Sections 10-2.1641, amending Title 10, Chapter 5, Article 2 to add Section 10-5.1639, amending Title 10, Chapter 2, Article 4, Section 10-2.1626B, amending Title 10, Chapter 5, Article 4, Section 10-5.1626B, amending Title 1, Chapter 2, Section 1-2.03, amending Title 5, Chapter 9, Article 2, Section 5-9.204A4 pertaining to the zoning, regulations, and enforcement of smoke shops and tobacco sales for second reading and adoption. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2512-095 of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, forwarding to the requesting certification by the California Coastal Commission of amendments to Title 10, Chapter 5, Article 1, Section 10-5.402A, Title 10, Chapter 5, Article 4 to add Sections 10-5.1639, amending Title 10 and Chapter 5, Article 4, Section 10-5.1626B pertaining to the regulation of smoke shops and tobacco retail stores, which is intended to be carried out in the manner fully in conformity with the Coastal Act and provisions that the amendments to the city's local coastal program will take effect automatically upon Coastal Commission approval pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 30514 and Title 14, Section 13551 of the California Code of Regulations. H14, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2512-093, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the City of Redondo Beach 401A Public Safety Chief Plan, Plan number 100507, approving all plan documents necessary for the adoption of the plan and authorizing the city's plan administrator or designee to execute all documents and take all actions necessary to administer the city's 401A and 457B plans. H15, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2512-097, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications for the position of police chief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we should make these titles longer. Okay, so there were no excluded consent calendar items, so we're jumping to item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment on any subject that is not on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and each speaker is permitted to speak only once, and we will take written comments first, or written submissions first, which we have several tonight. So with that, we'll start with, not sure I can read this, John Bannock. And then Pam Absher and Bill Neverez.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Light, City Manager Wazansky, and members of our community. Joy.
Okay, can I stop you a second?
Yep.
So we recognize that you stood. That's blocking other people's views, which is against council rules. So if you could take your seats again, I'd appreciate it. We saw you stand. We know you're here. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt. So go ahead.
I didn't block anybody that wasn't. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is John Bannock. I'm the president of the Redondo Beach Police Officers Association, representing the men and women of the Redondo Beach Police Department. We come before you not just as city employees, but as residents, as neighbors, parents, coaches, volunteers, and people invested in the future of this community. Tonight, I want to speak about the principle that is of prime importance to the POA and the residents of the city. It's public safety. Critical to this principle is the ability to attract and retain the best qualified men and women to a police department in order to create a stable workforce that can provide the best public safety possible. We're in contract negotiations at a critical time for our department, and our ask is to be at the medium of the labor department. For years, our officers have shown up, answered every call, and served with professionalism. But we can't ignore the reality. Out of 10 survey cities this council uses as benchmark, our average 10-year police officer is ranked dead last in total compensation. Not slightly below average, not middle of the pack, 10th out of 10. That ranking isn't just a number, it represents the widening gap between the responsibilities our officers carry and the compensation needed to attract and retain qualified professionals. It tells us we are falling behind the agencies that are competing with us for these qualified police officers. It signals to applicants and current employees that they should look elsewhere, like Manhattan, Hermosa Beach, or Inglewood. It tells our current officers that their work valued less here than most anywhere else in the region. That leaves officers leaving and applicants choosing other departments. This is happening in police work across the country, across the region. I have numerous articles written by mainstream media nationwide highlighting these issues, if anyone wishes to see them. Our request is simple and reasonable. Bring Redondo Beach police officers to the median pay of the 10 survey cities that you, the city, chose as a standard. We recognize the importance of responsible budgeting. The city's financial reports make it clear, however, that Redondo Beach is not facing a financial crisis. We continue to see major investments in capital improvement projects, strong reserve balances, and flexibilities when priorities arise. The issue is thus not the lack of resources, it's how these resources are allocated. The issue isn't the city can't pay competitive wages. The city is that the city has chosen not to. We are not asking to be the highest paid, only to be at median. We are not demanding a luxury contract, only to be middle of the road. We're asking for responsible, competitive compensation that reflects expectations placed on us. We're asking simply to meet the median, the middle, so we can compete, retain, and serve this community effectively.
Sorry, you got to wrap it up.
Every officer behind me here tonight shows up to the city days, nights, weekends, holidays, ready to protect the people we've never met, and often situations most people never see. We accept those risks.
I can't let you go over, I'm sorry.
What we can't accept is falling farther and farther behind with agencies that compete for talent. I got 30 seconds, sir. In return for those risks, we expect the city will stand behind us.
So you're
value our
violating the
work.
rules of order
When
here.
officers feel supported, the entire community.
Mayor, point of order.
Competitive compensation is not a gift.
Gone beyond
It's
the
not a
limit.
reward.
Can you cut the mic?
It is an investment in quality police officers, improved strength, improved service, stronger community partnerships, and long-term stability for your public safety. Sorry I went over. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, we didn't. It's a shame when our own people don't follow the rules. Rest assured, we appreciate all the service from our first responders. That was inappropriate to go over like that. Okay, next is Pam Absher and Bill Navarez. That was bad.
Good evening. I wish I wasn't here. Our names are Pam Absher and Bill Navarez. I grew up in Redondo Beach. We have lived at 1015 Avenue B for 37 years. Our lots are 40 feet wide. We are here to ask for help in dealing with issues arising from construction at 1019 Avenue B. The home underwent 4 construction projects from September 2021 to August 2023. The current problems are noise, water runoff, and a violation of our privacy. The neighboring home was sold in January 2021. In August 2021, the new owners moved out and construction started in September 2021 to enclose an upstairs balcony and convert it to a bedroom. Workers were busting through the frosted glass blocks of the upstairs master bathroom. This was directly across from our master bathroom or bedroom. In contacting the city, we were told they had not obtained a permit. The project was stopped, time went by, project was started up again after a permit was issued. The contractor controlled the project. He showed up nights, weekends, holidays. They did not bring in a dumpster. They piled dirt in the driveway. They did not have a fence. Numerous complaints were made. We have lived through hell. And Mayor Light, you're aware of it, and Councilman Waller, you're well aware of it. Bill Brand was aware of it, Nierenheim. We have an air conditioning unit that has been passed after, as escrow was closing on this home. The Pete Tucker says the manual states it's rated at 49 decibels. 15 feet from the unit. Our property line is 12 feet 7 inches from that unit. It exceeds the 40 decibels that's in our home. Our lot is 40 feet wide. There's a camera on their ADU. The door is next to our property line. We have water running under a fence and flooding our property. We have a pool drain that dumps into the city street that floods our front yard. We have this window that now looks out was replaced and it's not permitted. And the design standards state there shouldn't be a window directly across from our window. We've lost our privacy. I am begging for help. I've been instructed to come here by the city manager and a councilman of a neighboring city. Please, please help us.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, great. We'll email them to you tomorrow.
Okay, next is Jim Mueller and then Joan Irvine.
Good evening again, Council. Jim Mueller, District 5. The majority of Redondo Beach residents live in a suburban family community, meaning more children, more married couples, single parents, and older adults. So, shouldn't the city government increase its emphasis on family issues and family-oriented development, especially in North Redondo? Of the 13 city government departments, 8 department heads are men and 5 are women. 2/3 of the city commission seats are held by men. In the last municipal election, there were 13 viable candidates in total. 3 were women. Looking at the decision makers of the city, there's 8 of you and 2 are women. I don't mean to say that women are more qualified to run government, but the women who are in city government can be credited with significant accomplishments that are more oriented toward family issues. The city's award-winning and effective homeless program was created and managed by City Attorney Ford and her mostly female associates. One of the program's defining characteristics is its balance toward more care, less on punitive action. Our District 3 council person has sponsored a community cleanup effort, advocated for city-funded school crossing guards, strongly backed efforts to limit smoke shops and cannabis retailing and other sources of mind-altering substances, and led efforts to get help for youth with mental health problems. A woman in elected office might ask for a consumer survey of families living in Artesia commercial vicinity because she and other women buy 75% of their household's needs and might prefer them to be more conveniently available. Sometimes the men who are commercial developers get caught up in the technical bells and whistles and dollar signs and forget the real reasons for having commerce in a city. A woman in elected office who many times bears the burden of children's health care may be more concerned about too easy availability of unhealthy substances in the community. Municipal elections are not far in the future. I call on more women who live in North Redondo, especially, to consider making a serious effort to get elected to the city council or at least volunteer to become commissioners, because the family community that's the mainstay of North Redondo Beach could benefit from their perspective, brains, and energy. Thank you.
Okay, Joan Irvine and then Gil Escontrias.
Joan Irvine, District 1. First of all, I was very honored to be one of those women who tried to be elected for mayor this year. And I agree with what Jim said. I'm going to talk about a few things. First of all, yesterday was World AIDS Day. It was the first time since 1988 that the U.S. did not officially commemorate this day. And I would like to be remembering my brother and many of the others on this yesterday, World AIDS Day. And I think that's something that we as a city should be looking at in the future if the U.S. is not going to be acknowledging it. Then also, we talk about child safety. And one of the things I talk about it because I spent 25 years in online child protection safety. And when I take a look at it right now, the e-bikes, we're talking about child safety. Look what just happened in Hermosa Beach. You had kids in middle school with e-bikes that went and beat the hell out of some 56-year-old person. What are we doing about e-bikes? I think there should be regulation. I think they should have to be registered. You should have to train the people, and parents should be held responsible for giving kids like that e-bikes. And those kids should be, and their parents, should be, something should be done about that. Also, as far as child safety, I will tell you that the internet is the worst place for child safety. And we have AI coming up. I spent 20 years in doing policies for child safety. Guess what? AI has not, even 20 years later, they have not implemented or included child safety in what they're putting out. So what you have is you have children being given computers and phones and iPads, et cetera, that they can access information, and also people can get to them. I had a woman on my radio show, Kathleen Terry, that's working with sex trafficking in Compton. Guess what? Do you know where the kids are being groomed for sex trafficking? on the internet, on social media. Something has to be done because our children's safety, their total safety is being compromised by the equipment that is being given to them by their parents. So please take a look at this. We have to do something to protect our children on the internet. And I know the city is doing a lot, the schools are doing a lot, but now with AI, we really need to do even more for our child safety online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gil Escontrias, and then Desiree Galassi.
Good evening. I'm kind of here mostly because I asked the questions of several of the elected officials and they didn't have an answer. And so therefore it kind of troubles things. The selection of a new police chief in Redondo Beach is one of the most important decisions the city can make. The choice will shape the culture and direction of the police department and directly affect the safety, trust, and quality of life for both our residents and the many visitors who come to our city every day. This process must be rooted in transparency, integrity, and accountability. It should include a team of key stakeholders, not just one individual. Okay? Representing the police union, rank and file officers, community members, and the business community. This decision should not be rushed or made over casual conversation. It is far too important for that. At the same time, it should move forward as soon as possible with a clear timeline, defined steps, and documented input from those it impacts. The public deserves to understand how candidates are selected, who is eligible to apply, and those decisions and how those decisions are made. In the past, restricting the process of internal-only candidates significantly limited the pool, allowing only a handful of applicants. I'm not saying any of those applicants were not qualified. I'm just saying it was just a limited number. Okay? If such limitations are put in place again, the community deserves a clear and transparent explanation as to why. Tell us why. Okay. We deserve a law enforcement agency that is proactive, decisive, visible, and responsive to the needs of its citizens. Okay. A department that does not wait for problems to grow, but addresses them head on with professionalism, fairness, and respect. Residents are not simply observers in this process. We are stakeholders. We support our first responders and want the very best for them and for our city. A department that is responsive, safe, fiscally responsible, properly equipped, and led with professionalism. It is equally important that within the department, officers are treated fairly, with respect, and that their wellness and morale are addressed with consistency and care. Again, pay them more. They deserve it, okay? Again, I have over 45 years of law enforcement experience, and this is, it is something that's important to us for professionalism and the people that we work with and who work for us, okay? Finally, I must take a moment to thank the outgoing chief on his retirement. Again, sometimes it's a difficult thing to do, to move on, but we want to wish him well. I think he's been very good for our city. I think what he has done is a very difficult job in trying to balance a lot of things between juggling your needs, our needs, the community needs, as well as what the department needs. So I believe, again, we wish him the very best in his next chapter and extend gratitude for his commitment to this community. Okay, it is not gone unnoticed. Okay, it is appreciated. An open, exclusive, and well-structured process of selecting a new chief will ensure a strong future for our police department and the city of Redondo Beach.
Okay, your time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Desiree Galassi, and then the last card I have is Ron Morocco.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and Mr. Wasansky. I'm here tonight as a member of the public. However, for transparency, I'm also a commissioner on the Public Amenities Commission. And with that hat, I wanted to just come and give some comments as I've been reading and following along regarding the discussions online on the Harbor Drive sign, the Redondo Beach sign. King Harbor sign. Thank you. It's late. So what we know is that the structure is iconic. The sign itself is iconic. That's how it was presented in the staff report. What is iconic? Is it the shape? Is it the lettering? Is it the artistic little sailboat in the middle? I guess that's the question that people are having a hard time with right now, and why there's a petition to save it. What folks don't know is that certain things can be landmarked, right? Can be given a landmark designation. This is part of city property, so it falls under a whole different umbrella than a property, a personal property or commercial property or a tree and such. However, you know, that's something to think about as you are evaluating the sign. The little sailboat in the middle is artistic as opposed to a graphic design, which is what you'd like to replace the sign with. So that's a matter of subjectiveness, in my personal opinion, as I look at it. So the question is branding what we're after, or is it a preservation of something that we look at and think of as Redondo Beach? It's my understanding that there was another sign on Harbor Drive, and that no longer exists. So as Redondo's iconic treasures are slowly disappearing, I ask you to consider these things. And at minimum, if the council decides to move forward with replacing the lettering and the little sailboat, can the structure itself be nominated so it can be preserved through the process of the Public Amenities Commission? And maybe we can find a way to commemorate its history by some sort of marker. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Morocco, and that's the last card I have.
Mayor Light, Commissioner, City Councilman, I'm also here to talk about a major icon that you've already started the process of considering, and that is making Wilderness Park a historic landmark. This is probably even simpler than doing the gateway marker. The city owns the property. Its history is unquestionable. It has a lot of time periods in there. And you all referred it to staff already. And it should be no problem coming back up for a consent calendar vote that makes it a historic landmark. If our city manager would permit me, I am happy to write the staff report if that's the only thing that's necessary. We've had it come up for other commissions already. It's come through. You guys have referred it. I know that the Community Services Department has at least 450 items on their plate that they want to deal with, but I think it's something that we should take pride in. And when we have the World Cup here next year, we'll be able to say that this is one of our iconic city landmarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wish to address the city council on non-agenda items?
Just briefly, Georgette Gantner, I want to agree with Desiree because I was going to mention the sign, but I thought, well, whatever, maybe it's not important at this meeting, but now that she's brought it up. I just want to say briefly that in consideration of the fact that the city has experienced a shortfall in the budget of, I think, approximately $3 million this last year, that the sign be left alone. The sign looks great. And when I read the article about it in Easy Reader, I thought, well, maybe there's safety issues and there has to be structural changes, but that's not the situation. The type difference is pretty minor in my estimation. I study graphic design, art, whatever. That I think, and I don't know how many people, when you look at it, you look at the size, I bet 99% of the people are not going to even notice a typeface change, except artists maybe, and they'll go, oh. And I just think it should be left alone. Let's save money. We've got a lot of projects. We've got a lot of things going on, and that would be my recommendation. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Anyone online?
Yeah, I have John Pershland.
Go ahead, John.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, John Pershland, District 1. I want to share with you some statistics I gathered where hundreds of tax-paying residents live, the Prospect and PB Boulevard corridor. I hate to sound like a broken record and beat a dead horse, but it's important that we put into perspective what we have to live with here. In a 12-hour period, approximately 160 tractor trailers and big box trucks crossed our streets. That count used to be 130. Recently, a truck roundup was conducted in Orange County, similar to the ones the Redondo Beach Police Department hold here. At the Orange County event, 121 trucks were inspected, 71 citations were issued, 13 vehicles were placed out of service due to safety violations. 14 vehicles were towed. Citations were also issued for driving without a license or out of class, expired registration, unsecured loads, improper cargo securement, air brake issues. I suspected many of the trucks traveling on our streets probably share these same offenses, presenting a huge safety hazard to us residents. The truck and vehicle traffic also generates high noise pollution. The following decibel readings were captured on my property adjacent to PV Boulevard. Got 28 readings of 90 plus, 89 readings at 80 plus decibels, 7,791 of 70 plus dB. The high reading for the day was 99.3 with an average of 85.6 dB for the day. All of these readings far exceed the city's noise pollution levels. This excessive noise is a byproduct of vehicles accelerating at a high rate of speed with loud exhaust and the noise generated by the high truck traffic. Speeding using the radar device was captured also. With a speed limit of 30 miles per hour, traffic going 31 to 35 was 783, 36 to 40 was 356, 41 to 45 was 82, 46 to 50 was 8, 51 to 55 was 2, 61 to 65 was 1. You have to ask how many of these speeders were big trucks going down the street through our intersections. If a truck has a green light entering the intersection, they are often exceeding the 30 mile per hour speed limit, and some have been captured going through the red light and stop signs. The scary thing is that this intersection is a major school crossing with lots of pedestrians and bike traffic. These truck and vehicle statistics have considerably impacted our quality of life. I ask, is it going to take a serious injury or the loss of someone's life before you do something? The graffiti, which the city spent over $480,000 on, will not kill anyone, but the truck traffic just might. We asked on numerous occasions that you address these issues, and to date you have ignored us. You all claim to be champions of the quality of life in Redondo Beach. As tax-paying residents, we deserve better and ask that all of you start to provide us the safety and quality of life you were elected to provide us. And if I have a minute, I agree with Joe Nervine about the e-bikes. Just the other day, I saw 3 kids going through the intersection, making a left turn on a red light, going straight into traffic coming head on down PV Boulevard.
Time.
Okay, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else online?
Yes, I have Daryl Boyd. Go ahead.
Good evening, Daryl Boyd, District 3. 100% agree with John Perchlin. The entire Prospect Avenue corridor has major problems that are being neglected. I don't know how many times we have to ask for help here. We heard a lot of people begging for help tonight, Council. Please listen and do something. Since it's Public Works Awards and accolades night, maybe Jim and Paige would like to arrange for a photo op with Mike Klein and Public Works at the 500 to 600 North Prospect Avenue median. We can have the neighbors join in and we can decorate all of Jim and Paige's Charlie Brown Christmas trees that they provided the tax-paying residents of this street on this totally failed embarrassment of a so-called Prospect Avenue median beautification project. It's so not representative of a beautiful Redondo Beach upgrade. It's nothing close to any of Jim's so favored parks and recreation projects. Let's meet up at the Prospect Avenue drag strip, that's the name that it has now, and do the photo op, Jim and Paige, since you're so proud of this cheap-looking, ineffective eyesore. I'll take the photos for you. The neighbors are waiting to greet you. So call me and we can start decorating and have a Charlie Brown neighborhood Christmas together. And Jim, my challenge is still open to a public debate, town hall, round table, whatever you want to call it. The residents and public would love to ask you questions about why you don't resolve real problems that we all deal with on a daily basis, like public safety and noise nuisances, the total lack of traffic control and enforcement, the out-of-control e-bike problem where juveniles are allowed to rule the streets of Redondo Beach. Accept the challenge, Jim. Let's do this. The residents of Redondo Beach really want to talk to you. I also agree with the police chief selection should include residents' input. Leave the King Harbor sign alone. Let Public Works clean it up and fix it. That's what they're paid for. The city is supposedly broke. Somebody needs to mind the budget. Who's doing that?
Okay, that concludes.
Anybody else?
That's it. And no comments.
Okay, let's see, we have no public hearings, so no ex parte communication, so we're jumping down to item N1. Items for discussion prior to action. Before we get started on that, I want to thank Councilmember Kalajerovich for all your work on this. I know this was one of your priorities, is getting an all abilities playground at Franklin Park, so I'm looking forward to hearing the presentation.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Mayor Elizabeth House, Community Services Director, and with me tonight we have our Deputy Director, Kelly Orta, and both of us were able to work closely with Councilmember Kalajerovich to ensure that we're able to mindfully design this all abilities playground. So that is what we're presenting to you tonight for approval, is the design. And just some background for you, as you probably remember, this project was funded during the fiscal year 24-25 budget process. $500,000 was allocated towards it. And if approved, it would be the city's very first inclusive playgrounds for children of all abilities. In order for us to be very intentional and mindful in our design process, we wanted to formulate a working group, and the working group contained parents and grandparents of children with varying degrees of abilities. It included educators, therapists, and included community members that use the park, and also included our subcommittee from the Public Amenities Commission. So we had quite a diverse range of perspectives on the park. And we met with this group over the course of several months, discussed the actual space that's available. It's not a very big space. We also discussed amenity options. We went through dozens of amenities that we could include in the play space. We talked about the layout of those amenities, and we even did like an all abilities 101 session with them with a real playologist, somebody that could walk us through what we need to do in that space to really accommodate the needs of children with varying abilities. So after we met with that group for several months, we did settle on the design you see up on that screen. We were able to form that with the assistance of Game Time. They decided to do one unitary structure as opposed to different structures throughout that space. It just allowed for more amenities to be included, both within the structure as well as along the perimeter. As you can see, there's only about 2,400 square feet to work with, but we were actually able to include almost all of the amenities that the working group wanted to include in this space. And just a few of the elements on a high level, and we actually have a fly-through of that space, so you can see it yourself, but some of the amenities we included was ramping. We have a platform rocker, climbers, spinners, a lot of sensory boards throughout the park, and we even have some auditory play spaces, including chimes. And in terms of the color palette we went with something that was very inviting and calming. We had some brighter color options, but for those with visual sensitivities, it might not be the best. So we went with something that was a little soothing and also matched the shades that are already in place, which are the same blue color that you see up there on the screen. And if the council is okay with it, we do have the fly-through. It's about a couple of minutes long, but it's well worth it because you not only see the amenities that are included, but also see children working or playing in those spaces too. So I'll go ahead and play that. And there's a cute little jingle that's playing in the background, but we don't hear it here. And so that's the view from above, and they'll take a few scans around the park before actually flying through to each of the amenities. But you'll see all the elements that were included along the perimeter, as well as several slides. You see some climbing elements, and then you can see over there the ramping that allows them to get elevated to up to 2 feet off the ground. That is the rocker we'll talk about. It's on a platform, and children in wheelchairs or with crutches or any other, they can get onto that and rock back and forth with their friends. There's room for 4 or 6 children, depending on their size. And then you see all those little areas throughout the play area that are sensory and interactive, where they can stop on the platforms and interact with the play space. And that does rock back and forth, that little platform for them. And then this is the spinner, so two of them can sit in there and spin around safely. And then we have little climbing areas over here. Another variation of that. And as you can see, we incorporated quite a few things in a very small space, but it did capture all the elements and amenities that the working group wanted to include. And I just have a few still shots, if that helps. But we will move on to the funding for this. So again, we were allocated $500,000. The preliminary project cost before anything else is considered is $489,000. But the LA Kings Foundation is donating $75,000 towards this park. And then staff also applied for a CPRS and game time grant that we did win and was granted to us in the amount of $99,000. So all things considered, the final project cost is estimated to be about $315,000. So with the LA Kings being a partner in us putting this project in place, we want to honor that and commemorate that. So what we're doing is an interactive scavenger hunt around the play area and includes crowns and the paw print, which stands for their mascot, Bailey. And then we did bring this to the Public Amenities Commission for their input. They are supportive of the project, and they did include these 5 items as their input. I just wanted to highlight number 3 and number 5. Number 3 is an update to the city website, just highlighting this park, and staff intends to do that. And number 5, we did confirm with Public Works that we do have drinking fountains on site that are functioning. There's 2 of them near the bathrooms. For item 1, that was just to add the city logo to the side of that platform rocker. We think that's a great idea and totally doable. It's only about $500. There was also a recommendation of including signage in the park, one or two for the history of the park itself, and then 1 commemorating the installation of an all abilities playground. Again, great idea, but we'll take council's direction on whether or not to do that. And number 4 was just adding additional climbing elements so that children of other ability, all abilities, can have more areas to play in and interact with, so more climbing elements to the playground design. So we can come back to this slide if you want to give us direction on these, but let's go on to the next one. And that is the project timeline. We anticipate this being completed by summer 2026. So the first step includes the approval of the final design, which we're hoping to get tonight, followed by contract execution, which we're hoping to bring back to you in January. And after that, we'll move forward with the demolition, fabrication, shipping, and installation. So again, hoping that our ribbon cutting will be in summer of 2026.
So do you have times for the other milestones or an estimate?
Well, what's great is that because of the grant we got through Game Time, and our recommendation is that we move forward with Game Time so that we get the grant monies, they will do all the work. It's one contractor doing the demolition, the fabrication, the shipping, the installation. So we don't anticipate it taking very long. I don't know, Kelly, if you've spoken to them about exact timelines in terms of lead time for the actual equipment. I think that's the only part that we may need to work with them on.
I mean, I see completed by summer, but is...
Yeah, the equipment takes typically 6 to 8 weeks to manufacture. So as soon as we get the order in, they are ready to go. And then that gives them enough lead time so they can schedule their teams to be on site ready for installation when the equipment is ready and installed. So they're ready to go and can get their teams moving forward as soon as we give them the go ahead.
Yeah, it just seems if we go this path, we should be able to exceed or do better than summer.
Certainly.
I mean, 6 to 8 weeks to fabricate, then it doesn't seem like that much work to get it done. I mean, so you think you can beat that deadline?
We would want to, but as we've learned over the course of time, things happen. So we say summer. Summer can be late May or it can be August.
Any other comments? Is that the last slide?
well, we want to show our recommendation as well, which is to approve the design and then direct us to go ahead and begin preparing our agreement with Game Time for the installation of this playground. We are available to answer any questions we have. Thank you.
I can raise my hand if you want.
Councilmember Kalinjarovich.
To the timeline point, do we need to coordinate with our engineering team about, footings that are needed, and have we done that already?
We have done that already. We already had our initial kickoff meeting.
It's built into our timeline.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Great. I want to thank you, like all of the staff that worked on this, the commissioners, community. Getting input is difficult. Consolidating input is difficult. So thank you. This is, I think, exceeding my expectations for this. And it is beautiful. And I know we've heard some comments about it being small and adding some other things, but this particular park is, I think, like every park in the community, but the community around it is protective of it, and the design of it was designed by residents in the 80s, and every hill, every tree. So the footprint of this particular playground was kind of set in stone, and so we had a small footprint to work within. So having things for climbing just didn't fit into this. But that being said, we do have beautiful trees in this park that can be climbed. Collaborating with the Kings, I think this is such a great activity for kids, but also honoring their donation. And I know you've checked with them and they're happy with this representation. The colors, we collaborated with the Friendship Campus so that it is going to be complementary. And I will note that in the renderings, the building is huge in the rendering.
No, it's not our building.
Yeah, it's a 2-story building. So I noticed that, and it was kind of interesting. I did have one ask, and if we can go back to one of the renderings, sure, that one would work. And I know I brought this up, and one of the things that I just want to throw this out there, if it's possible. I don't want to change any of the paneling. I don't want to change any of the structure as it is. Is there a possibility, I was talking with one of the grandparents in the neighborhood who does have special needs, fidget toys and things like that, on any of the, and I'm going to point to, like some of the poles or the handles that are not structural, to add like rings to them that move up and down that are a little bit like a fidget toy, like maybe this one here, or something around here that isn't something that is going to stabilize someone, but it may add an opportunity for more play. So it's an add-on, but it's not going to change the structure. So that is my question.
I would hesitate to use those poles right there. I would recommend, we have many, many panels around the perimeter as well as inside the structure. I would first explore whether or not some of those are a bit duplicative.
Okay.
So perhaps if there's 2 auditory ones, we switch one of the auditory ones to more of a fidget type of interactive space. Just because I don't know how small children who have challenges navigate these areas, and I don't want to perhaps add an element that might make it a little more challenging.
Right, and I don't want to delay the project, and so what I would ask is, with that feedback, if you could just review it with our awesome playologist.
Definitely.
And defer to him. So
of course.
I won't be giving direction, but just that comment to see if there's something,
of course,
something extra that's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Councilmember Waller.
I too want to thank everybody for doing all this. It was all approved before I was on the council, but definitely appreciate having an all-inclusive playground in Redondo Beach. I think it's something that can help set us apart. So I definitely favor the signage and the website changes, things like that, to do that. I'm happy with the little bit of extra cost for the logo and I don't remember what the other one was. Actually, that was a no. Your other suggestion. The logo and the signage, those two things, I think those are great. at the extra cost, whatever it is. If your playologist agrees with Paige and there's an extra cost and we're under budget on this, we'll use some of the extra few $1,000s there and make it up, and I think that's fine. And I'm assuming you'll get input from the Kings, because obviously since that was created, they've changed their logo again.
Oh, we know.
As
We've gotten the updated images, so it'll get updated.
I'm assuming the Kings will give you what you need for all of that stuff. Definitely appreciate their participation. They did great things with the schools when I was on the board. They've been good partners in our community. And also amazing that you guys got the almost $100,000 grant, because that makes a huge difference there. So I do support, I don't, the climbing equipment only because size. I agree that I don't know about that, but otherwise 1, 2, 3, and 5, I strongly support. That's it for me.
Great.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, thank you. Under budget, how often do we hear that coming from a project? And grant money at that, so bravo, well done. Also wanted to know, I believe this was funded almost entirely from the city standpoint with Quimby funds. Is that right, Mr. Rosansky?
Looking at that just now through
If
the
I
CIT.
recall,
I believe it was Quimby, that's my recollection.
Yeah,
but I'm
2 years ago, I think.
trying to confirm.
Councilmember Kalajevic negotiated hard with our swing vote for that $500,000 grant from the Quimby Fund. So this is just to say, for Officer Bannock's point earlier during public comment, that these projects that are going forward aren't with discretionary funds that we can use for any purpose, but Quimby funds are specifically designated for enhancing open space, and they're funded by new development fees that are collected when people build in the city. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed design with the logo and appropriate signage as you see fit, whether 1 or 2 signs, and defer to the playologist about any additional fidget toys that will.
Can you go back to that slide with the list of recommendations? So you're
approving 1 and 2.
Oh, not
3.
2 yet.
2, my motion is to approve it.
Or include it.
Include it, yes. And I guess I lean towards having 2 signs, one about specifically the playground, with also, I mean, we can have a nod to the Kings with their donation, and a separate sign that does give history for the park. Number 3 will be done. No to 4, we really exhausted that, and 5 is already existing.
It's already done. Yeah.
I'll second that. If I can ask 2 questions real quick. Are we concerned at all that those crowns, the shiny material, would fade or rust in time with weather and the like?
I'm not sure. Actually, Kelly is more well-informed about the materials used for these items, so maybe she can walk you through that.
There's different finishes actually that we can put on them. Some of them are resin, others can be polished metal. And so we will work with the playologist to make sure that it's representative of obviously the images, because some images look better based on the material. So we'll make sure that it's a right fit for the visual, but then also that it's long lasting.
Okay, yeah, that was my main concern. So I know we want it to be shiny, the King's color is black and silver, I think, right? But I would be worried if it looked, it was rusted 2 years later, didn't look so good and was tough to replace or fix.
And I'm sure it won't cut people. It looked like it was standing off, but I'm sure there'll be a finish that won't cut anybody.
And then one other question I had, I recall when we did BRRs on these historic signs, they seemed like there were more than 500 apiece. But my recollection could be poor. Do we want to keep any historic sign consistent with our other historic markers around the city?
So with our new cultural arts management place, we did go out to get more quotes, and our vendors that we've identified can do it at a lower cost than the ones we identified in the BRR.
Awesome.
Saving more money.
Glad to hear. Yes, excellent, excellent work. Just want to make sure they're consistent. Thank you. That's it.
And does the motion include the fidget toys, and how much of the budget are you allowing?
Thank you. I mean, I would be comfortable if there are additions that can be made for some of those fidget toys up to 5,000.
I mean, there's a good Quimby cushion here in this budget, right? So.
Yeah, I think it's 185,000.
Right. So
I mean,
you get some good fidget toys.
I don't want $185,000 worth of them, but yeah.
Okay, can you go to the last page?
All right.
And I assume you're going to direct.
All of that seconded.
Well, just a minute. You want to make sure you get 2 in there too.
Yes, and direct staff to prepare a corresponding agreement with Game Time for purchase and installation of the new playground equipment before summer.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I have 1 card on this, so we'll go out to public comment now.
2026, sorry.
Desiree Galassi, you're the only card we have. You're representing Public Amenities Commission here, correct?
Yes, Desiree Galassi. I'm Vice Chair of the Public Amenities Commission, and I have to say this was a wonderful project to work on. When do you get to work on something where everybody's happy and we've saved money? How's that? And we saved money right out the gate. So the project itself was $489,000, so it was under budget already without all of the grants and donations. So that's fabulous. There was one item of clarification. I had mentioned during our meeting the shadow play item, which is kind of that flower-looking thing at the edge of the playground, and it casts some color. If you can get to that, that would be great. So that was my only other question that I had made a mention of. Yeah, it's right there up on the left-hand side. So that was the only other question that I had during the meeting was, could we get another amenity? You know, what exactly did that particular item bring for us? And that was the question for the council to address. The other thing is, I know that some people were concerned about the lack of climbing apparatus, but there are many opportunities for kids to climb around. There's not a traditional climbing wall, as you know, you may think and you see in other parks, but there, as you can see, that child that's climbing up on that little stool or whatever that is over there on the left-hand side. So it's, you know, there are additional ways for kids to climb up and down. We were limited by the footprint of this particular park. There were so many elements that were included in it. It surprised us how much we were able to get in there. As a matter of fact, there were 9 perimeter amenities that were added on the outside part of the playground. So we're getting a lot in there. The other question that had come up during our meetings and also during the commission meeting was, why are there no swings? So I'm sure that for the folks at home who are asking themselves this question, to include a swing would require a large fall zone, right? So there's a big area where we couldn't have additional amenities. So the commission and our subcommittee thought it better to include more items rather than having a swing. And I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
And online, and I have one e-comment that opposes.
Opposed, okay. Okay, I'll call the vote then. All for it?
Aye. Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Mayor, before we go on to the next item, should we?
Second.
Well, let's take a 5-minute break to allow also
Okay, we have a
the
motion
high
and a
school
second on the
kids to
floor.
sign out.
Okay, 5-minute break.
One thing, Mayor, I will say, I do believe Rebecca's on a fairly tight time frame. You're okay with the 5-minute break? Okay.
Member Kolujevic. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett. Here. Councilmember Castle, absent at this point, and Mayor Light. Thank you.
Okay, we're going into item N2. You've got the floor.
Thank you. Greg Kapovich, Waterfront Economic Development Director. I'm going to hand it over to Mio Iwasaki to introduce this project. Mio, take it away.
Thank you, Greg. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mio Iwasaki with the Waterfront and Economic Development Department. Before we turn to the presentation, I'd like to provide a bit of background info on the Tourism Marketing District and why we're here tonight. So the Redondo Beach Tourism Marketing District is a tourism assessment district formed in 2018 by our local hotels to create a dedicated funding source for marketing Redondo Beach as a visitor and event destination. The city collects a 1% assessment on gross short-term room revenue from hotels with 20 rooms or more, and it's dedicated solely for tourism marketing efforts within the district. So this 1% assessment is separate from the city's transient occupancy tax. The district is managed by the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism, and as part of their agreement with the city, they are required to report annually to the council on the activities and results from the previous year and upcoming plans for the next year. Tonight we have Rebecca Elder from RBTT, joined by Kevin O'Brien from PSM, to walk us through the marketing campaign performance and key metrics from this year. So with that, I will turn it over to Rebecca and Kevin. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present what we've been able to accomplish in the fiscal year 2024-25 for Redondo Beach Tourism. So first, to take a look at the financials, I'm going to draw your attentions to the total row at the bottom. For our fiscal year 24-25, the collections amounted to $508,000. Our carryover, which was surpluses from prior years, was $509,000. The delayed remittance, which is typically there's a time period between when the hotels remit their 1% assessment and when the city can then pass it through to the tourism board. The delayed remittance was $151,000 for a total budget of $1,169,000 for the year. I do want to draw your attention to how those funds are spent. So you'll note that sales and marketing represents 87% of that. So of the $1.169 million, over $1 million of that was in sales and marketing. Now, per our market district plan, we have to allocate 10% to administration and operations and 3% for contingency. However, we do have the ability to reallocate that. So what we did in 24 and 25 is if we had opportunity that we could spend to bring additional funds, we reallocated some of that 13% to go even more into sales and marketing. So the majority of the expense, I would say over 93%, went into sales and marketing. So to show you some of the initiatives that we did, we can move on and I can...
Yeah, so our overarching goal is heads and beds and making sure that people not only visit Redondo Beach, but also stay overnight in Redondo Beach. And so some of our stats from over the last year is we've had over 60,000 booking engine searches on Redondo Beach hotels on redondobeachtourism.com, which is actually a 25% increase versus the year before. And then also from a sessions on .com, we had over 400,000 users and 460,000 sessions on our website, which both are over 10% increases year over year. Over the last year, we had two photo shoots, one focused on family, one focused on friends. We were able to accomplish 9 new tactical and targeted ad campaigns, which we'll walk through in a few slides. And we continue to focus our efforts on select Western flight markets, Seattle, San Francisco, Fresno, Salt Lake City, and such like that. And then also 2-hour drive markets of San Diego, Bakersfield, Riverside, and such like that, at Palm Springs as well. And then we've also worked on improving performance marketing metrics over the course of the last year. This is just a breakdown of how the media expenditures kind of were allocated. Primarily, our focus has been on Google AdWords and also social media, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We did invest significantly in Expedia to great results, which I'll go through in a minute. But those are the 3 key cogs of our media mix, but we have some social influencers that we tasked with promoting the city as well, and then a mix of other media as well.
What's a dough?
Doe, I think you asked me that last year. I forgot. Doe is digital out of home. So it's a billboard.
If you see us on a billboard on the freeway, or if you're LAX and you see Redondo Beach, that's digital out of home.
Okay.
Yeah. In terms of booking engine previews, we're up over 27% from the last fiscal, 64,000 previews, total add to carts. And this is on redondobeachtourism.com. This is not inclusive of all the bookings through the hotels that come from our booking engine preview. But total add to cart is 28,000. Total orders is about 47. Room nights 110 with total revenue generated is just over $43,000. Hotel page visits, like I said, this is where like they kind of get their information and then go to the hotels to actually book. We have seen tremendous increases over the last year. Most every hotel has seen an increase over 20%, some up as high as 40%, but we're very excited for seeing even more increases in the future.
And just a quick note, sorry if we can bump back to the booking engine previews, because I know, some folks are familiar with this and some might not be. In order to measure the traffic that we're driving to the different hotels, a lot of our campaigns will route to the Redondo Beach tourism webpage. And from there, the guests can click into Portofino, Shade, any of the other hotels to learn more. They may choose not to book on that particular booking engine because it looks a little clunky. It's not the best experience. So at that point, they could go to the Hotel Direct website and book, which we would have no way of tracking. So this 43,000 is representative of the traffic that actually went and booked through that channel. The guests may have booked through an Expedia or may have gone to the hotel website. So the actualized revenue would be much higher than that. This is one source. But what this platform really allows us to do is to measure the traffic that we're sending.
So when it says total add to carts and then total orders, only 47 of those 2,800 turned into actual orders, or?
Yes.
It's a wonky process. So what they probably added to the cart and then were like, oh, you know what, let me go check out the actual hotel site.
Yeah, so we wanted to be able to provide specifics about the traffic that we're driving so that the city could see the return on investment. And the way to do it is through this platform called ARES, which is used widely throughout many different cities. But again, the booking process is cumbersome and it doesn't necessarily feel as legitimate to the guests. It is fantastic for tracking the traffic so we can see that year over year. And then the hotels can go back to their reporting and they can look at Redondo Beach Tourism as a referring site so we can back in and see kind of where they may have gotten additional revenues from that.
So you do track referrals from yourselves to the other sites?
Yes, so that's the specific hotel page visits is we for Redondo Beach Tourism referred 18,000.
But to track the bookings themselves, you don't?
We can't, if they book through this platform, can we track it? If they book when they look on our site and then they track it, we can. But if they go to Shade's website, we can see that we referred that traffic to Shade, but we wouldn't see that booking. Shade would then that's their proprietary information. So they would then be able to say, oh, Redondo Beach Tourism referred me 80 room nights or 100 room nights.
And I just had one question. In terms of the previews, they were up 27.7%, but what was different this year? Because you said you started spending money on Expedia, but that's outside of the website.
It is, and it's a matter of messaging. It's a matter of creative mix and just general creative, I think, is what impacts that. From a marketing mix perspective, we held pretty much true besides the addition of Expedia, but that is outside.
And then we allocated differently to PMAX. We allocated differently to digital out of, not the digital out of home, but it was the PMAX and TikTok. We
added some more TikTok.
The TikTok, and so as people are seeing it on these different platforms. So that's one of the things we've been very focused on is allocating where we're seeing success, testing new arenas and new platforms, and if we are seeing success there, then we'll reinvest. So that's part of what drove that 27%.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett, did you have a question?
I did, thank you, Mayor. Best Western Plus down 16.6%. Do you know why that is?
We don't have specific reasons. It's potentially lower on the list of like in the order of hotels, but it just is one of Shade and Portofino and Sonesta kind of drive the views a fair amount just based upon the amenities there.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
These percentages that are indicated, is that relative to last year?
Yes, it's year over year.
Okay, last year's referrals by the tourism district?
Correct.
Okay. Another question I had, actually, are you done with your presentation?
Pardon? Oh, no, we have a few more slides. but
Okay.
we're happy to-
Sorry, keep going.
All right.
So one of the things that we shifted this year was back in August, we shifted how our messaging was. The focus of prior marketing has been Redondo Beach is the center of all things LA. Well, we're continuing to have that as basically the purpose, but we also want to have the action of stay in Redondo Beach. So we've shifted it to be more of stay in Redondo Beach, play all of LA, and that is what we've kind of refreshed throughout the year, as well as the website and all our creative. So it now has messaging is to really have that call to action of stay in Redondo Beach.
Stay at the beach outside of LA Reach. Okay.
That's the ad they say to people that live in Los Angeles.
Right. So some of the photos that we have, and all the hotels have access to these photos within their our photo library. So like I said, we did a photo shoot with friends and like 20 and 30-year-olds. And then we also did a shoot with some families.
And those are also licensed to the city of Redondo. So if there are shots, there's some beautiful shots that we have in there that you can use.
Staff knows how to access them?
Pardon? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm happy to. Yeah, I'm happy to provide.
2026 with the soccer ball.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could use that on our site.
We are planning ahead for the World Cup. We are planning ahead for the Olympics. So we want to make sure we get the assets before the time comes. So.
I like it.
Speaking of planning ahead, so one of the things, and mentioned this to the mayor earlier this year when we had the Olympics Commission, but we refreshed the website once the events were announced, the locations, to show the proximity of Redondo Beach to the different events, and it's an interactive map. We also refreshed the website with that new messaging of stay in Redondo Beach, and with that action of stay in Redondo Beach to when you visit LA in the broader area. Paid search, PMAX, demand gen, and Google Display Network. So these are just an example of some of the ads that we ran across this network. Total impressions almost reached 6 million. Total clicks of close to 400,000. And let's see, where is it? I have a stat here, sorry. Click-through rate of 6.6%, which is pretty phenomenal in marketing. Typically, a click-through rate is in the neighborhood of 1% to 2%. So this has been a predominant driver for us this year and in prior years as well.
And with the imagery, we've tested different photos to find out which ones resonate. So at the conclusion of campaigns or at quarter end, we'll review and say, are guests responding to pictures of pools? Are guests responding to pictures of beaches? You know, so we are testing that continually and optimizing those campaigns.
With paid social, we have, again, just an example of some of the ads that we ran throughout the year. And then you can see the digital out-of-home billboard in the top right, stay at the beach with easy LA reach. And then some of the influencer campaigns that we have in the bottom right. Have more of that in a few slides. Some of our interactive display ads on the left, we do something I term it a scratch and sniff, but if you take your cursor over some of the images on the right, it will remove the rush hour scene and it will present the nice surf scene in the bottom right. In Beat the Heat, the before, you're seeing a desert or it's a hot city landscape, and you adjust the thermostat, if you would, down to a nice cool area in 72 and sunny in Redondo. So it's a nice interactive piece, and it's just it sparks a little bit of interest. And as your cursor comes across the banner, inadvertently you see something change, and so it gets more engagement that way.
Just one concern with the phrase 72 and sunny. You're aware there's a international marketing firm named that, and they do business in LA.
We know that they're there, but it's a phrase. They picked it for a reason. 72 and sunny. They picked
I just want to make sure we don't get in trouble
No, we won't get in
crosswise
trouble
with
now.
the.
Expedia, like I mentioned, we did invest more money in Expedia. We tried different packages that they provided throughout the year, and we had an ROI on most of them to the extent of $12 of an ROI, which was that?
12 to 1.
Yeah, 12 to 1. 12 to 1 for every dollar spent, we received back $12. Some performed a little bit lower than that, but it's kind of this test and learn, and so pushing more to those packages that are the 12-to-1 return. Currently, we have some social campaigns right here, kind of playing off of the football season, over 2,000 coastal yards, and some fun creative in that aspect. And then what we've been running, I believe since it was early October, and this is currently, like I said, until the end of December, is book 2 nights and stay a third night free. And we've been actually seeing a fair amount of traction on that front as well, driving to each of the hotels, and early reports have been positive on that front. Organic social media, we're active in Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Of the followers that you see here, Instagram, we surpassed 10,000 this year, so we grew close to 2,500 in our followers. And TikTok, we just started that about a year ago, and we've raised about 1,800 followers. So TikTok apparently is where it's at.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Some of our top performing organic posts, and this is just for your reference, but everything that features a nice beach scene, it really drives home. So whether it be a sunset, whether it be surfing, whether it be the pier, or whether it be witches in the marina, it's all drives that reach. So it's that uniqueness, but also it's that what people expect from Redondo Beach. These are social media influencers that we partnered with this year. We plan on doing this again in this upcoming year with 3 influencers. Giselle and Steven are a couple that are adventure travelers. They're not playologists, but they're adventure travelists. I want to be a playologist. Crystal Bowles, who goes by Coach Crystal on Instagram. She does a lot of family travel, and so we wanted to kind of hit that as well. And then Alex Parra, he's a cancer survivor and an amputee, and he has this bucket list around sports. And so we wanted to, again, as we're looking ahead to the World Cup, looking ahead to Olympics, looking ahead to Super Bowl, bringing some more attention to Redondo in that aspect as well. We did a partnership with Beach Life. This 4-month promotional campaign was January to April of this year. We got 3 newsletters with the programming and a 15-second on-site video. It is that video that you see there that ran on the big billboards that they have flanking the stages.
So taking a look at our projected financials for the fiscal year 2025-2026, we're anticipating $725,000 in collections. Our carryover will be $509,000. The delayed remittance, we're anticipating $179,000 for a total budget of $1.413 thousand. And again, those are the just projections. We can come in higher or lower. You'll note that last year we came in slightly down, but so it depends upon how the TOT and how the occupancy comes in, but based on the assessment. So
what's delayed remittance?
Delayed remittances, once our fiscal year closes in August, maybe we haven't yet been paid for June, July, August for the assessment, because it tends to come in quarterly chunks. So we would get that after our fiscal year closed. So that would be the delayed remittance.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
As we look ahead and some of the items that we're currently doing, we're still looking to drive traffic away from our competitors of downtown LA, Marina, the Santa Monica area and LAX corridor down to Redondo Beach. Our focus is still looking towards the relatively nearby markets of Phoenix, Las Vegas, San Diego, and Santa Barbara, but we're also advertising some during the winter in Chicago and New York to get a little bit more of that traffic as well. And then one of the things that we are working on across a lot of marketing right now is AI and AI visibility. So with Google, there's search engine optimization. With AI, more and more people are using ChatGPT for search, and they're just typing in questions within the AI tools that there. So we want to make sure that Redondo Beach appears in those, and that is a combination of optimizing our website, working with PR and outreach in terms of the specific topics that are going to be popular in the upcoming year, and then also expanding Redondo Beach presence on social media networks like a Reddit and a Quora, Google reviews, and it's just manpower in terms of making sure that that conversation is going. So we're looking to shift a little bit more into that arena there. And then, like I said, continuing to have those 3 different social media influencers, and that those rotate year over year in terms of what we want partner with. And then from a creative positioning perspective, we're going to continue to stay Redondo Beach, play of all things LA. Make sure that people are staying in Redondo Beach when they visit LA. It's the best place to stay from a coastal hotel offerings, all budgets, offerings, and family demographics. And then we're going to continue to do some tactical campaigns around the extreme weather, such as the hot weather during the summer, as well as during the cold weathers, as well as popular regional events, like I mentioned, the World Cup. It's coming. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji?
Oh, so I still had my hand up, but by accident, but happy to ask some questions. By the way, you guys are doing phenomenally. Love it. I think there's no other group I'd like to be advertising Redondo Beach than you all. So, a question I had for you when I was looking at the staff report is there seems to be carryover every year of funding.
Mm-hmm.
If you have carryover, I mean, that's money that was not used in the prior year.
Mm-hmm.
Why, to go to our discussion that we had last week or 2 weeks ago when we last met, why would we increase the amount of the, by a quarter point or half a point, the revenue being paid to the tourism district?
Yeah, it's a good question. So most businesses operate with some form of a capital budget or capital expense. So we do keep a contingency, so that 3% would be there. But yes, in the past couple of years, we have had some carryover with the events that are coming up and with the economy where it is. We're finding that we're needing to spend more and more. So if you look at kind of where we reallocated, and I'd be happy to get you those funds, we reallocated, I want to say it was like 200. It was over $100,000 that we reallocated to continue to supplement the budget. So what we did was we pulled down from the administration and operations line and from the contingency lines before we pulled out of like those additional funds. So we did actually spend that down, but it's a little bit hard because we pulled it from some different areas. But we really, to compete to get a sponsorship with SoFi, for example, would be $100,000 or over $100,000 with the starting. And so with a budget of $700,000, we have to make decisions that would make the most sense and provide the best ROI to all the constituents. And we can't say that that money would be the best for some of the smaller hotels.
Right.
So if we have additional funds, it will allow us to put those into different areas. And so maybe we could do something like a SoFi, and then we could look at some other alternatives.
Okay, thank you. And another question is, are the Marine Avenue hotels inside the tourism district?
They are.
Have they continued to pay their fees to the tourism district?
Yes.
Okay.
I checked on that after our last meeting.
One thing to think of as you market that area is it's become really easy to get to an NFL game from that location because of the K line right there.
Yes.
And there's a direct shuttle from LAX Metro to SoFi. It was about like 13 minutes this last Sunday. You might market that as a reason for people to come stay at the Marine Avenue Hotel. It's close to the beach and a direct path, 1 seat or 2 seats to SoFi Stadium. So
yeah, we agree. We're looking at that. When we talked about, we've had several iterations of the campaign. We started with 6 miles away from SoFi, and we found that resonated slightly. But we're trying to find the best way to connect people. But I agree with you. Absolutely, that's a huge area of it's an easy ingress and egress to get there.
Cool. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. How do you reconcile, looks like, great performance year over year from, your marketing perspective, but we're not seeing it in TOT or like sales in the harbor. How do you reconcile that you're reaching more, but it's not turning into TOT for the city or dollars in our business districts?
Yeah, a very valid question. There's a couple of different things. Part of what you're seeing in TOT is that rate has dropped. And so we could, potentially bring in the guests, but the guests, maybe they were paying an average of $250 last year and they're paying $220 this year. So you're seeing a drop in rate that's happening across markets. So that's diluting the TOT. The other thing is that we are seeing drops in several different markets in LA. So the fact that we're able to even increase traffic or drive traffic higher is a positive, but there is limited spending power, particularly when you hit a certain price point with some of the guests. So I think even maintaining flat in TOT is right now could be considered a bit of a win, because there are hotels in some cases that are going backwards. There are certainly some markets that are seeing some significant changes. So it's become a very competitive environment. So the spend is continuing to rise, and everyone's trying to allocate what they can to bring in everything that they can. So other destinations are looking to pull from us as well. So
I'm not sure that reconciles. If we have increased traffic, you would expect increased TOT. I guess the price has dropped. I understand that could contribute to that, but is it not turning over into sales or?
It's the customer journey, and you can probably speak to this a little better than I can, but the customer journey isn't as one-to-one as it was, maybe even 10 years ago, where you went on, you saw a hotel and you immediately booked it. Now people are engaging and it's more experiential. So the more people you have engaging with your hotel, maybe a site visit right now or an engagement right now, but when they come 6 months later, they may choose to book, or they may continue to watch the hotel and choose a little bit later. So really the engagement is us getting out to people who maybe don't even have the intent to travel in this immediate moment, but as they start to make future plans, as they think about an event in SoFi, we continue to put that Redondo Beach name out there so that when they do decide to travel, then they can take advantage of our area and they're aware. Because that's what we were dealing with was, and you can speak to it, is a lack of awareness of Redondo Beach. People didn't know who we were. So part of what we have to do is establish who we are. And of course, in light of trying to get more hotel stays, but also establish that in the customer's mind.
Yeah, so one of the things with the digital out of home that is wonderful is that as someone passes by and it triggers on their mobile device, we're able to actually cookie that and then be able to serve them an ad later on. And it's retargeting. And if people visit our website, then we can also cookie them again and continue to serve them an ad. So those numbers of visits are not necessarily independent individuals, but potentially one person visiting, say, 5 times. Okay. And so that one person is counts as 5. And so with that opportunity is we're getting that interest and people keep on coming back. And then ultimately when they come to LA, they stay in Redondo Beach.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Castle.
Just to sort of take where the analysis that you just did to describe the last year, looking forward, between room rates, occupancy, what would you say your outlook would be for TOT or the 1% for you all? Do you think it'll be flat? Do you think it'll be up slightly? Just given what's coming.
2020. So for 27, beyond 27, you mean?
No, I would say for 2026, let's say.
In the 25-26 year, we were projecting it to be flat to the projection that we had for this year, so 725,000.
Okay, and then the next year, what would you think?
Then we're getting into World Cup and a few other special events. So, I mean, at this point, it's a little hard to say. Like most of the industry projections will just have a guide, so you could say 2%, but it's not necessarily scientific. So I would say
flat to 2.
Yeah, 2 without knowing what there's a lot of debate about what something like a World Cup is going to do. Are we actually going to see a lot of traffic from it, or how is that going to work? So
okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Waller.
Yeah, following up with what the mayor was asking about the increased traffic, are your hotels tracking conversion rates?
On their sites, absolutely,
their
yeah.
sites.
And they can see on their Google Analytics who is referring traffic and how much that site has produced for them.
So are their conversion rates then dropping? Because you'd think if their conversion rate was consistent, you have a 40% increase, you'd have a 40% increase in bookings as opposed to maybe being flat.
It would really vary depending on the hotel. So I wouldn't be able to, it's proprietary. So because I work for a single business, I don't get access to all of that data. So we could certainly, if you wanted to survey a few of the hotels, you could, and then they could provide that information to the city for you.
I was wondering more, is the tourism district doing that so they can work with the hotels and say, okay, we got great CTR in the ads, but our conversion rates are dropping, or things like that, so tracking the actual individuals through.
Sure, as the tourism district, at each of our quarterly meetings, we review the campaigns and we review what the metrics are, the KPIs, to see if we're successful and whether we want to shift. As far as, and that's just in the campaigns that we're running. So we can see the traffic that we're driving and the conversion rates. What we can't see is the actual bookings that happen on the hotel side. So they would have to, come to the meeting and be comfortable sharing that data or share it with PS&M. But we do evaluate those metrics to say, hey, this looks like it's providing something, or where's the value? Or, we tried a couple of different campaigns with Expedia, and we found that one was significantly more successful than the other. So when we moved forward, we shifted funds away and did the successful one. So we are looking at those. But to Kevin's point, where the traffic, there could be one person who gets followed 5 times with the retargeting. There's not a direct one-to-one on a 40% increase in traffic would then be a 40% increase in bookings.
And you're not following the uniques on that then?
Yeah.
Because if you follow the uniques, then that would be one person, if you've retargeted that same person 5 times.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Okay, that's all the hands I have raised. Let's see your, so, thank you.
Thank you.
So you're looking to adopt a resolution doing, what are we actually doing when we adopt this resolution? We just approve the
Yeah,
report?
you're just approving the
It's a
report.
It's a resolution to approve the report. That's all you're looking for?
Correct.
Okay.
I move that we receive and approve the report.
So it's a resolution, so adopt by title only resolution?
Yeah.
Adopt by title only, hang on. The annual report from the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board for the period September 24 through August 25, and adopt.
Okay, you got a second. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item?
Good evening, Council. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. A few questions since I can't ask them directly. Interfacing with our Olympic website. The current Olympic website that we have up, it has some of our hotels on there, but it's static. You just hit a drop down and it lists the different hotels that we have. It would be great if we weren't existing in silos, and then we can make that, instead of static, make it dynamic, so that the Olympic website that we have can interface or send people off to our Redondo Beach Tourism to be able to book. So they click on the web, they go on the website for the Olympics, they see what's there, they see the hotels that are there. There is a list of the hotels. It could be dynamic to be able to send those people to our Redondo Beach Tourism website for them to learn further about our hotels. I don't know how that works, but it would be helpful, I would think. The second thing is I would suggest that when we're talking about Expedia or when you're using wholesalers, so hotels are often selling rooms to those wholesalers at a discounted price. That might explain a lower TOT because those are wholesaled prices in for that inventory. I don't know if that's what's taking place, but that's typically what takes place with Expedia and different travel agency websites. When you're talking about our overall holistic viewpoint on it, I'm really grateful to the tourism district, the amount of money that they put into it, the amount of time that they put into it. It's a much better iteration than we had 5 years ago or so. So I thank you all for that.
Yes, I agree with that. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item?
Georgette Gander. So is the resolution tonight a decision whether or not to hire the tourism board?
No, it's just accepting, it's accepting the report.
Oh,
approving
okay.
the report.
Does the tourism board get a percentage? Is that what, did I understand that correctly? Do they get a percentage of the amount of revenue that's coming through?
1% of TOT goes, well, no,
It's
1% on top of TOT. It's 1% of
It's
the
a
revenue that goes to
self-assessment of, the hotels have self-assessed hotels with 20 rooms or more.
I don't want to turn this into an.
Yeah.
No, that's good enough. Yeah, I
It's a
just want to make
separate
it brief.
standalone fee.
So they work for a percentage, basically, it kind of comes down to it. So whatever, it behooves them to bring in more because they get more. Okay, so that's good. Why should people come to Redondo Beach? I mean, that's what we work on 1,000 hours a day. What drives people to come here? And I would also say, looking forward to the Olympics, if one of the situations that they're saying is stay here but go to LA, stay here but go to the Olympic events, how easy will that be for public trans? How, I mean, we can't control public trans, but we can control maybe charters or buses or something to take them to some of the lines that would expedite their experience to get to the events and for the World Cup too. So that may be something to think about too, that maybe that's an expense that Redondo Beach does to have, to maybe think about designing cutesy little transportation buses that take them to the lines, because then there's another reason to stay here. I mean, obviously we've got the beautiful beach and a lot of other amenities, but we want to make it easy for them.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
I have no one on Zoom and no comments for this item.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All for? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Eleanor?
Oh, I need to read.
First time I caught you.
Yes, okay. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2512-094, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the report of the Redondo Beach Travel and Tourism Board for the period of September 2024 to August 2025 in connection with the Redondo Beach Tourism Marketing District. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, now we're going to item N3. This is the discussion and possible action on regarding Measure FP, approving requests for quals/proposals, both for, well, independently for fire stations and for the police facilities.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Luke Smoody, Assistant to the City Manager. Just to jog the public's memory, Measure FP was a general obligation bond measure that was approved by voters in November of 2024, and it approved $93.35 million to replace fire stations 1 and 2, replace the police headquarters, and renovate the police annex facility. And though we're still in the early stages, I do want to stress this has really been a team effort across city departments. We have a great cross-section of that with us tonight. Chief Hoffman from police, Chief May from fire. We have our city treasurer, Eugene Solomon, Public Works Director, Andy Wingy, and our internal project manager, Christine Schachter. And as you recall, one of the first steps in this process, council approved an agreement in July to hire Griffin Structures to serve as the city's owner's representative. And in that role, Griffin will serve the city throughout the process to ensure we are able to deliver these projects inside the approved budgets and ensure that our fire and police departments have facilities that they can use to continue to serve our community for decades to come. And we're also joined by 3 key members of the Griffin Structures team. We have Robert Godfrey, the principal in charge. We have Leonard Marshall, project executive, and Dustin Alamo, the pre-development manager. And I'm going to hand the presentation off to Dustin here in a moment, and he'll give you a basic project overview. He'll discuss the various project delivery methods we considered through this strategic planning phase, go over our proposal for temporary provision of facilities for both police and fire, lay out a preliminary project schedule, and then we'll go back and just finish off with discussing some next steps, and then discussion will ensue from there. So Dustin, take it away.
All right, great. Everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, my turn finally. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to brief you guys on the strategic path forward for delivering this bond measure. As you know, Redondo Beach Fire Station 1 and 2, as well as the PD and Annex, are aging, undersized, and in many cases, well beyond their useful life. These facilities don't reflect today's standards for seismic resilience, operational efficiency, technology, or staff wellness. Through the Measure FP, as Luke mentioned, the city is advancing a modernized, fully resilient portfolio of fire and police facilities with an estimated total investment of $93.35 million. You can see the allocation there between fire and PD. And our goal is pretty straightforward here. Deliver these essential facilities on budget, on schedule, with uninterrupted emergency response. Next slide, please. So part of our strategic planning phase was to evaluate delivery methods. And as we do that, we look at a number of factors that impact cost, schedule, and risk. The key criteria here included the ability to accelerate the schedule, transparency in costs and how well the city can verify every number, integration between design and construction teams, risk mitigation, meaning shifting appropriate risk away from the city, and lastly, a high level of owner collaboration, which is vital for a multi-facility program like this. So let's begin walking you through the decision-making process here to getting to the recommended approach. The first is design, bid, build. This is the most tried and true traditional method. It comes with major limitations, though. The biggest issue is time. Design, bid, build requires you to fully design a project before bidding it, which significantly delays the start of construction, limiting the procurement of long lead items or the ability to fast track any portion of the project. There's also no contractor input during design, which increases the risk of change orders, cost overruns, and is the formula for adversarial relationships. Most importantly, once design is set, flexibility is extremely limited. For public safety projects, particularly with those with evolving needs, rigidity is a disadvantage. Next slide, please. So construction manager at risk improves collaboration, but it still results in 2 separate contracts, one with the architect, one with the contractor, which increases administrative oversight. Moreover, it creates what we often refer to as a forced marriage between the designer and builder. The city would select a contractor before designs developed, and then that contractor must work with whichever design team the city's already hired. There's no guarantee of natural chemistry, aligned culture, or shared expectations, and in many times that dynamic leads to tension rather than collaboration. So cost transparency is often proprietary in that model as well, making open book auditing and validation unattainable. And more broadly, I would say that the market trend is shifting. Cities and counties across California are increasingly moving away from CM at risk in favor of progressive design build, which we'll talk about here shortly, because it promotes stronger collaboration, offers clearer cost validation, and provides better alignment between the designer and the builder. Next slide. So let's talk about design build. This is often viewed as a step up from design bid build and CM at risk because it brings design and construction under a single contract. But as shown here, there's still some limitations. With traditional design build, the price is typically fixed very early, long before the city has meaningful design clarity. That forces the project team to design to a number, not to the city's needs, which can unintentionally drive decisions based on costs rather than functionality or long-term resiliency. Another major limitation is the reliance on bridging documents, which are developed before design build is hired by a bridging architect. This creates a period where the contractor collaboration is unavailable, meaning the city is investing in design direction without the benefit of a builder on constructability, cost implications, logistics, phasing. The result is often redundant design effort, inefficiencies, and rework once a design builder finally joins the project. So for multi-phase public safety facilities where operational details evolve as the program is refined, traditional design build simply creates too many constraints and does not provide flexibility or early contract engagement required for success. So let's go to progressive design build. This, in our opinion, gives us the best of all worlds, and let me explain why. We have a two-phase process here. Phase one is a collaborative design with both the designer and builder from the start, called a design build entity, and they work together to progress the design along to about 60% design. At that point, they create what's called a guaranteed maximum price to advance into phase two. The city only moves forward into phase two if it's comfortable within the scope and the price. Phase two is then the completion of design, final design, and construction, including options for early bid packages and opportunities to fast track certain work as opportunities arise. This allows the city to participate deeply in shaping the facilities while still maintaining the benefits of speed, integration, and a single point of accountability, which is our recommended approach. Next slide, please. This approach particularly aligns well with the goals that we've identified for Redondo Beach. You have multiple sites, phasing requirements, and temporary facilities to consider. They have to be all coordinated very carefully. PDB allows for early exploration, integration of site logistics, utility connection, subcontractor market pricing, and temporary operations planning. Importantly, the GMP is established only after the city has full clarity on the project scope, ensuring transparency and public trust. Next slide. So how will it work for these projects? We would recommend that the city issue two separate solicitations under one coordinated strategy here. Package A would be for fire stations 1 and 2. These would be procured together under a single design build entity to streamline coordination, ensure consistency in design standards, and manage temporary operations efficiently. The second package, Package B, would be the police department and annex, which would include new construction, renovation, and thoughtful phasing, swing space, and operational continuity. The progressive design build procurement process includes of issuing an RFQP, as well as scoring teams based on both qualifications and proposed fees. Importantly, the fee proposal in this model is comprehensive. It includes full architectural design fees, contractor pre-construction services for phase 1, as well as pre-negotiated phase 2 fees for the contractor, including general conditions, general requirements, overhead and profit stated as percentages, and payment and performance bonds stated as percentages. So this structure essentially locks in the contractor's cost variables upfront, competitively bid against its peers, even though the GMP hasn't established yet. The future GMP would simply apply those pre-negotiated and agreed markups to competitively bid subcontractor pricing. Every trade is still competitively bid to a minimum of 3 subcontractors, and then the city would receive full open book validation of all scope and pricing, including direct participation in the cost verification process, all aligned with public contracting code. So the council would first approve the phase 1 contract, which functions similar to a traditional professional service agreement, focus on design and pre-construction. And then as design matures and we get a GMP lockdown, we'd come back with phase 2 for approval into final design and construction. And because, as I mentioned, there's multiple sites, there's a lot of temporary work here, phase 2 may include multiple staggered GMPs to accelerate the schedule because we all know that time is money. So while progressive design build brings major benefits, it also has some limitations, and it requires thoughtful preparation. Because it's a newer approach to the industry, there is a little bit of a learning curve, particularly around contract structure and procurement. But it also requires timely city decision-making, particularly in phase 1, where you're making design and cost decisions pretty quickly. But as your owner advisor, the Griffin team has a lot of experience in this delivery method, and we can help you navigate these issues throughout the process. Next slide. This slide highlights several comparable projects using variations of progressive design build or design build that we've been part of. We've already done some market outreach to a number of major highly qualified firms, and the response has been strong. There's clear interest in your projects and the proposed delivery approach. So we've kind of tested the market to make sure that based on the packages that we've talked about, people are interested, and the answer is definitely.
You told them the budget?
Yeah, absolutely.
The guaranteed maximum budget.
Next slide, please. One of the most important aspects of the program here is maintaining full operational continuity during construction. And in working with each department, the temporary facility strategy is as follows. Fire Station 1 anticipates using the City Hall staff parking lot, the north lot there, with modular trailers and temporary apparatus bays while construction is completed on its site. Fire Station 2 would utilize the Inglewood and Grant site, also with similar modular facilities. And then the police department is still to be determined depending on the final solution, but we've identified either the annex and or PD parking lots as potential options depending on phasing and further coordination. But all these solutions maintain response times and keep staff safe while minimizing disruption to the community. Okay, the schedule is structured to begin in early 2026, which leads to phase 1, the design and preparation of the guaranteed maximum price towards Q2 to Q4 of 2026. We then would come back in end of 2026, 2027 to receive approval for phase 2. Phase 2 construction, which would be construction of Fire Station 1 and 2, would begin in Q1 of 2027 all the way through Q3 of 2028. And then the construction of the police department staggers a little bit from that into Q3 of 2029. The staggering really reflects a greater complexity for the police department improvements, which may require some phased construction. So we've included a little bit of a phasing plan within that, though we need to work through that design concept with whatever team gets awarded the project, and that schedule could shorten. Next slide. So I'll turn it back over to Luke, but we're here to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Dustin. So based on the discussion tonight, what we're asking you for is basically approval of the progressive design build as a procurement strategy to move forward. Based on the RFPs we've provided and some thoughtful conversations we've had with the mayor, we believe we might be able to refine the scope of work in the RFQPs and improve them before we go out with those. And then following release of those, we would bring back to council for approval those RFQPs, advertise them out to the market, come back to council in that process with an owner's representative contract amendment with Griffin to continue services through phase one. And then also, as a city internally, evaluate those proposals, negotiate the contracts for the design build entity, and then return to council for those phase one contracts.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So while this may be new to California, I understand this was only recently allowed within California. Federal government's done this for decades. And most of the contracts I managed that involve construction were design build because they're more efficient and effective. So I totally agree with the progressive design build. What I'm concerned about is some of the things we discussed. So I think we can improve the RFP to, some of the goals that I'd like to see met by the RFP is that there's enough specificity to elicit proposals that allow apples to apples comparison. And I think there's some loosey-goosiness in there that people could respond with totally different, think they're following the instructions or are following the instructions, and you get totally different proposals that would be hard to vet side by side. And you don't want to just vet that in one discussion with each of the contractors. So I think we can tighten that up. I do believe our goal should be that anybody proposing would understand exactly what is to be submitted in page length and format and detail, and how they will be scored against that. And there's some scoring criteria in there and weights, but not what I'm used to from a detailed perspective. And then finally, one of the most important ones is the RFP should lead to a contract and a proposal that protects the city's interests and enables solid program management and project management. And things like I see some major deliverables that aren't defined, some deliverables that may be defined but are ambiguous, and without agreed to delivery timeframes. I don't see the management interface to go back and forth for periodic reviews. I don't see the big design reviews. I see submit something, but not a formal design review with inputs from both sides. And maybe secondary to that is because we're dividing it up, I understand we're not going to discourage one contractor or one design build entity from bidding both. And if we get both, there may be cost savings there. And we haven't defined how we can elicit that cost savings out of those independent proposals for the same thing. So, we may want to evaluate the same contractor getting both. We would want to know when we're making the decision, what's the cost savings related to that? Because essentially, by going down this dual path, we're going to be paying for program management twice and 2 procurement teams and all the overhead associated with a construction contractor. You can have two different organizations doing that. So there's some duplication. There should be some synergies if we awarded to one contractor. And certainly the workload on our staff is a lot different if we're working with one design build contractor versus 2. So those are my concerns with this. I don't think it's, as you stated there, Luke, I don't think this is ready for us to approve the RFP. I think there's some relatively easy changes that would make it a much tighter RFP, and I'm glad to offer my experience in helping with that. So with that, I'll turn it over to, unless you have some comments to that.
No, I definitely appreciate your input and we'll lean on you as a resource in that respect. And yeah, obviously our goal is to put the best product out on the street and get the best responses. So certainly appreciate your input. And
so the council knows I went over in more detail, I didn't go through it with a fine-tooth comb, but examples in each of these areas, and they kind of bundle into those 4 areas I characterized there. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have some questions. Before I get to them, I'd like to hear from Dustin, Len, or Robert on what the mayor just mentioned, ultimately relying on you for your candid assessment so the city council can make a decision. what are your responses to some of the points the mayor raised? And, I mean, you've done this before recently, as I understand it, from your PowerPoint. So what's your professional response to what the mayor said? What should we keep in mind? What is best from your perspective and why?
Yeah, I definitely agree that the RFQ should have a very detailed scope of work that's refined to this project. And so that's definitely a next step that we need to tighten up before we get to the street. So that would identify a lot of deliverables, and we can really point to exactly what's coming, what's expected from all teams. So yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
In terms of scoring criteria, you can get really detailed, or you can be a little bit more loose. It's really a preference. We've seen it both ways, where every single point is identified, and that kind of locks people in too much sometimes. So maybe we can find a balance between them. So I would recommend something like that.
Yeah, I agree.
So
You
more
can't go down to the nth degree.
So more creativity that way when you get a little more open response from the community. I mean, they're the ones who are going to be designing and working on this. And if you try to be too prescriptive, then you get cookie cutter stuff.
Yeah.
Is that
okay?
okay?
I mean, the whole point of this is to solicit creativity from teams and for them to do it within the defined budget and defined schedule.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure and hit that from the beginning, make sure that they're achieving those goals.
Okay. And when receiving the responses to the RFPs, there's a way to score sort of diverse responses, to your point, where if somebody comes in, a designer comes in, a DB comes in and says, hey, I've got these ideas, here's what I think would work. And then you have somebody who's maybe not apples to apples. Is there a way to score that so that we can evaluate, I like this design, this one's totally different, and not be so prescriptive? Or what's been your experience? What's your advice?
So this is ground zero. We're not going to be getting any designs.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's strictly qualifications and fee.
And I should have been more clear. The qualifications are going to include people who've done designs before and can come in with some ideas and show a resume of, hey, I did the Rialto station.
Exactly.
Okay. So
you'll get clear, and we've identified page counts. We've identified, where the criteria should be, but, people will submit relevant projects and people that have experience with those relevant projects. You'll be able to grade those. You'll be able to look at their understanding, their approach, and then their fee, and grade all those things into a matrix for either interviewing them and taking to the next phase of it, and then eventually selecting that team.
So there's a way to put it into a matrix where you can evaluate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a very clear, defined process to get them through and make sure that it's very clear, very fair. Ultimately, you guys are making the decision. We're just a facilitator.
Yeah, and to your point, it's ground zero. And to the mayor's point, unlike a design bid build where everything's locked in from the beginning, this is, and you could score apples to apples. It's the lowest responsive bidder. This is different, but you're saying there's a way to score that and still encourage a broad swath of folks to come in.
This is best value, and you get to choose what's best value for the city.
Great.
Obviously, you want to get something that has the highest qualifications and the lowest price. That's the sweet spot, right? But you have the discretion here.
Okay. And will you be working with the city on developing the RFP further as needed?
I hope so.
Yeah. And is that the plan, Mike?
Yes, that's, in fact, that's phase 2 discussions with Griffin for their upcoming contract amendment, which we're working on with them.
Yeah.
In fact, that's likely the council's next action as it relates to Measure FP implementation. We're in active dialogue on that, and we'll be working through those milestones and bringing back those recommendations here shortly. But our expectation is that Griffin will be helping us refine the final RFP and facilitating this next step of the process and beyond.
And if it is Griffin, based on Griffin's recommendations and professional experience in this area, they'll be giving their input, and it is.
Absolutely. Yeah, and they've got good what you're seeing in the RFP package today is really based on templates that have been used in the past successfully, and I believe the Design Institute, what is it, Luke, the National
the Design Build Institute is more what the contract will be based off of, but I think these are all leading towards getting responses that will facilitate that contract construction.
So we have a lot of expectation that that will be the basis for the work product that we ultimately expect from the selected progressive design builder, one or two entities, whatever it may be. I think the idea of splitting the packages is that you'd have two different entities focusing on their respective areas of expertise and ideally advancing the projects in parallel more quickly. But there's, the mayor's point's definitely a good one. If there's efficiencies in scale and there is somebody who's got the capability of handling both packages, that would be to the city's advantage. We haven't foreclosed on that possibility, but we do see these as two distinct work efforts.
Two distinct work efforts.
We have experience with a lot of these types of projects, and in our experience, there's a lot of architects and contractors that do fire stations. There's a lot that do PDs, but there's not a lot that do both. You might get people that do both, but we didn't want to limit, your pool of contractors. So dividing them was a strategic decision.
Okay. And so conceptually, what's been said makes sense. Hey, if you have one manager, one contractor, one designer running both projects, there's economies of scale. In practice, that may not be the case for the points you just raised. There's some folks who have a good track record and expertise perhaps on fire stations versus police stations, which are a completely different animal.
It's a different animal.
Okay.
Different technical skill.
And so you'll be giving that type of advice if you are retained to do that work, and definitely city manager and staff will take that into consideration for sure.
Yes, absolutely. We are working towards that next phase of Griffin's involvement here now.
Okay.
We're at that milestone.
Okay. You mentioned in the PowerPoint presentation some examples of PDBs, DBs that you've done in the past, and you had a list of them. Any problems, any lessons learned, good or bad, that you can impart to the council that we should keep in mind?
Yeah,
because that would be helpful for us going in.
I think
making a decision.
I hit on some of those cautions.
You did.
I think owner involvement is a really critical part of that. Making decisions in a timely way is definitely an important aspect of using progressive design build. And then, of course, having the right contract in place from the beginning is important. We've shared the DBIA contract for your benefit. DBIA is Design Build Institute of America, and they have a lot of standards for this type of delivery approach. I'd say that the DBIA template, which has been tailored, is generally fair to both sides, both the public and the private side, because they're trying to split the lines within groups. But for a project like this, obviously you're a city, you want to tailor it to your risk, your mitigants, and make sure that it's kind of locked into Mayor's point. So those are things that I would be on the lookout for.
Okay, and then thanks. And so on these prior projects that Griffin's been involved with, have there been any projects that had cost overruns that didn't come in over budget? If so, can you give us some examples, and what is the lesson learned from that?
In all of those examples where we were starting from the beginning, we were able to manage the budget and keep it within the confines of the budget with appropriate contingencies, identifying pots where you want to create incentive for these teams to accelerate their schedule and to come in with lower costs. And you can develop contingency pots where there's a shared savings in the city's favor, but something for the contractor. There's certain awards for speed. So, using those tools is a way to help, get everyone to the same goal.
Okay. All right. Thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And maybe I didn't say it right, but, or clearly, the most experience I have is with progressive design build. We rarely went out for a design contractor and a build contractor for the reasons you laid out. It's a very serial process. It's a very lengthy, and then you get into adversarial relationships between the designer and the builder, and a lot of legal stuff going back and forth.
Yeah.
So I agree with that. And you can do the design builds I did. We didn't have the design wasn't the deliverable, right? It was the processes. So your engineering processes, your construction management processes, what systems you use for change control, how you manage your team, how you report out costs against schedule, how you report the schedule. And some of that detail is missing in what the RFP, it's a good start for an RFP, but I think we can refine it.
Yeah, we can tighten that up.
Yeah, and there's
And I didn't come up with
that.
the do both together. I asked, can one bidder bid both? And
Absolutely.
we don't want to eliminate that. And so if you don't eliminate it, then you want to be able to measure what's the value to us. And you can measure innovation and ingenuity in these type of contracts. In fact, that was one of the criteria we would always use, and we would weight it against, we always tied those to cost or schedule. Is an improvement in what's the benefit to the customer of this innovation? Is it, more on time, less schedule risk, better cost control, cheaper, all that kind of stuff. So I think there's some improvements to the RFP that would make it a lot more clear.
That's good.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Waller.
Oh, all right.
No, thank you.
I guess my experience with contracts is the other side from the mayor. I was always presenting to the customer.
I've been on both.
So I've definitely dealt with that, and having, the design reviews at the right times definitely does help, even from both sides. Yeah, from my side being on the more of the design side.
Well, don't get me wrong, they have design packages. What's not in there is a formal design review.
No, right, that's what I'm saying. Having the design review, or a couple, even if you need to have them at different times, keeps people from going on the wrong track. And of course, in our industry, we then had things that couldn't even be done where, innovation's like, oh, it's really innovative, but they couldn't build it. We lost some of those. So some of my questions are actually on the progressive design build. You gave us a nice presentation as to why to do it and gave us the disadvantages of everything. What are the disadvantages of progressive design build, since you didn't present any of those to us?
I had a few.
Sure, I'd like to hear.
Do you want to bring up the slide?
Yeah, there were a few.
Oh, okay.
Right there. Back there it is.
Yeah, potential cautions. I didn't say
I guess
disadvantages,
caution,
just cautions.
okay.
Yeah, just the learning curve. You guys haven't done this before, so there's risk in that. As I mentioned, legal complexity, just making sure you have the right contract in place, and then of course just being involved in the process.
Take a picture of that so I can remember it. And I guess related to that, from the bond stuff that I've been used to, it wasn't this style. So we always hired the architect, and then we hired the builder and did that. So the design builder, is that a different kind of an organization, or are the architects or some of the developers becoming design builders now? Because I'm not quite sure who is bidding on these, what kind of companies?
It's usually led by a contractor, but their subcontractor is an architect. So it's a team, two companies coming together on one contract. So they can't fight, shooting arrows across the bow. They're together. So
okay.
There's an inherent collaboration. A lot of them are going to come with experience that they work together. They have that bond, that culture that we want to see, not just, hey, we're teaming for this project, and I haven't met you before.
But you have all three. You have some that are design contractors and they don't do the build. You have some that are build contractors that won't do the design. And then you have the middle ground, which is contractors who have experience doing both, and actually that's their preferred business model.
It's becoming the preferred model.
Yeah.
Do you have
Especially for
examples of
national
some of our
firms.
companies, we went to the various conferences, and there's all the companies. Are some of those companies that were there the types of people that would be bidding on this?
Yeah, I mean, we work with a lot of architects and a lot of contractors in this business, and so we would be marketing towards the largest, well-qualified public safety firms. Okay. And of course, we're going to be advertising to the whole marketplace, but encouraging those people to participate.
And with your anticipated role, does that mean that Griffin would not be? That's not something that you do.
Oh no, we don't do
bidding
that.
on
We're
this.
just an owner advisor. We're not architects or contractors.
Just wanted to have that out there, have that clarified.
Well, on the current contract would be a conflict of interest to bid.
Absolutely.
But want to make sure it's publicly out there that everybody knows it's not, we're designing this for ourselves or anything like that. There's no inside information. I think that's all I've got for now, because I think I've heard answers to the other questions, so I'll pass it off to, I'm assuming.
Thank you. Dustin, you spoke a lot about owner involvement being important. So in the context of a city, what form does that take? Is that the city manager making decisions on things, or the city manager team making decisions on things? Is it, the mayor making calls, or is it decisions coming to the council to vote on, should it be red carpet or green carpet in the fire station?
Yeah, I'd say it's from the beginning setting up kind of the steering group of who is kind of the owner of each project. I think we have a pretty clear idea of who that is for each of the projects, and having the chiefs be part of that, obviously Public Works and city management, and being able to make timely decisions as the design demands it, and as the contractor needs to know those information pieces, especially around cost input. But being able to make decisions and not have to run it, around the ladder for months, and in a week, 2 weeks for a design decision once a milestone is met, is kind of the cadence for moving along the process. So certainly they can anticipate council input, and that will be part of the process, so that way you guys are involved in it. But those are anticipated milestones we're meeting.
He looked a little nervous when you said it.
I mean, I think.
No, I wasn't saying I want decisions to come to council. I'm just curious, how does that work when the owner is a city?
We have to create a real, detailed schedule on when those decision points are necessary, what the duration for those decisions are, and stick to that schedule. Otherwise, there's.
And that schedule is going to have we're going to have an internal team making day-to-day project decisions, and we're going to have a schedule that discusses check-ins with the council and the community at appropriate milestones. That will be the process. There won't.
For the 2 fire stations, will you have, a single fire team, or will it be 2 separate ones because, they're 2 different locations, 2 different?
That's to be determined.
Yeah, we'll have a singular leadership point of contact in the fire department who will take input from experts within the department at each of the locations based on functionality.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the contractor. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I mean like the actual projects, right? And then in your timeline, I saw that the fire station seemed to be constructed around the same time, simultaneously. So is that the plan, that we'll be operating out of temporary fire stations simultaneously?
That's right.
Okay, and is there any concern about that? Maybe I should be asking Division Chief May, any concern about the ability for the fire department to operate out of 2 temporary stations and continue its excellent prompt response across the city?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We've already been lockstep in planning for this contingency. We don't anticipate any significant, there's going to be challenges moving into temporary facilities and doing the project concurrently with both stations under construction. But we will be collaborative in that approach in terms of being able to sustain our fast response times to both sections of the city while the project's underway. We understand an expedited construction project has multiple benefits across the city and across our public safety departments. So we don't anticipate any significant impact with the project oversight, using experts in the field to guide us through the project, and kind of planning through that with other regional departments, which we already kind of worked with a little bit.
All right. Thank you for that. And one other, is there anything else that chiefs want to share? Chief Hoffman, is there anything that you wanted to share about this?
Thanks for letting me speak a little bit on it. I mean, there's obviously been a lot of thought that's gone into it, but one of the main things that I think would be really important is getting everybody under one roof in the police station. I know we've talked about that, but I've worked at Redondo now for 31 and a half years, and it's been the same configuration, and it impedes communication significantly when we're spread apart. So we have the annex building, and then we have the opportunity to do something here, whether it's a new facility or working on the one that we currently have. But I mean, I'm unfortunately not going to be able to work in the new station, but from my experience, I think we need to figure out a way to make that a priority, because whatever we do now is what we're going to have for the next 50 or 60 or 70 years, or however long it's going to be there for. So I think that's really critical. And then, I've also put a lot of thought into the temporary facilities, because for the fire department, it's a little bit different with the bays that they're going to have and stuff like that. But like our communications center, the amount of infrastructure that's in there is massive.
Yep.
And we operate a type 1 jail, which I don't think we could recreate that. We'd have to figure out how we're going to book somewhere else for 18 months, 2 years. And then all of our evidence storage and all the things that go along with that. Temporary relocation or contracting out of those services, I think would take a significant portion of the budget. And we just need to be cautious about thinking about that. Our station is old, but it's functioning. So if there's a way to continue operating out of our existing facilities and construct something adjacent, it may actually end up being better. I'm really afraid of what we would find if we started trying to move that stuff, and how much of the budget that we have that it would actually take. So those are just two things that I think we need to seriously consider as we work through the process, is making sure we get all the people under one roof. We have lots of needs that don't require office space. Community meeting rooms and crime lab and evidence storage that can be updated and things like that. We still need facilities for that, like the annex, for example. But putting everybody under one roof would be critical. And then I think just taking into consideration what really is involved with temporary facilities when you're talking about everything that we operate from a police standpoint. It's a little bit different.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. City Manager, were we considering building the police station, new police station, in an empty area right now here in the?
That's our hope.
So that they could continue to occupy the current station as a temporary facility?
That's our hope. We will need to work with the progressive design builder to confirm that we have that opportunity. We hope that we have that opportunity. That's our plan. But we can't guarantee that yet at this phase. But that is our intention. We need to maintain dispatch in its current location through the duration of the project. We have, to the chief's point, Joe and I have talked about this. In an ideal world, we would have one consolidated police station with all of our functions, storage needs, et cetera, under one roof. As we discussed in the early conceptual process when we were considering funding, we didn't think that the community had the palate for that particular level of budget and that level of contribution. So we, as you know, set our budget around a reconstruction of the existing square footage from an office space per stall, and then a renovation of the annex. If we can find a way to bring all of our staffing needs into the newly constructed station here and move our non-staffing functions and uses to the annex, that will be our goal. But that is a goal. Right? We have very limited funds to be able to do that. In fact, that's probably our single biggest constraint that we have through this process. We feel very good about the funding and the budget that we have for our 2 fire stations. We're very confident in that respect. But housing all of our staffing in the new station here, presumably at the Civic Center, that may just be too optimistic. So we have to caution that expectation.
Well, I guess to the extent there's a delta to get everybody under one roof, some additional 10, 20, however many $1 million, could that be the subject of a general obligation, a lease revenue bond?
Well, any level of funding for any capital project in the community could be a subject of that discussion. The council, I'd rather us not go there yet. Okay. Let's bring our general on, and we need to work towards the budget we have available to us.
All right, sounds good. Dustin, one more question, if you don't mind. So we talked about more specificity in the RFP, but I question, is that saying, hey, we want a fire station with this many truck bays and ambulance bays, and what kind of specificity are we talking about?
I think what the mayor was mentioning is more along the lines of exact deliverables, some which are process oriented, some which are design oriented. So, for a schematic design level package, we expect these deliverables, that kind of detail. So you go through each part of the design process, what we expect for the guaranteed maximum price, what the contents are of those elements. So just really outlining the scope of work in a thoughtful way to make sure it aligns with the contract.
Okay, sounds good.
Is that right, Mayor?
Yep, thank you.
No, you captured that correctly. It's more in the deliverables and how we manage, not in the solution, not confining the solution set.
Right, because you'd want to see the best solutions.
Well, and that's the balance, I think, right? The RP is designed now, talks about these things in more generic terms, giving potentially the proposers the flexibility. But I think, to the mayor's point, there are areas where we can not limit the creativity, but provide some clarity on what we're expecting to see and compare among proposers.
And how it's managed as we go through more clear on what the management process is and deliverables to support that management.
Yeah, and ultimately,
but not defining the outcome of the design.
Which ultimately gets finalized and codified in the contract with the progressive design builder. Right, that's what comes next, right? I mean, we're still in the proposal phase.
That's in phase 2.
Right, so,
correct?
Well, no, the contract, I mean, there's going to be a contract with the design builder.
It'd be similar to, for phase 1, it'd be similar to like a design contract, right? But phase 2, then we have locked in money. We have a GMP, and those deliverables are basically the building.
Yeah, this is one contract with, I think, 2 phases is the way you defined it. Getting to GMP, I think that's the term you use.
Yeah, guaranteed maximum price, 60% design.
Approving that and then moving forward. So, and that's where I think, to some extent, the council engagement's already been at least proposed, if you read that. So we'll have to bless whomever gets selected out of this process. So that's got to come to the council. And then when the GMP comes out, that's at least what it states today. The council has to approve that because that's the budget and detailed solution that you'll be managing to for the rest of the contract. If I
that's
read
correct,
that right?
Each GMP.
Yes, each GMP.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we wanted to add to the staff report. Where's our council check-ins, at least at this stage? That doesn't necessarily speak to concept or design updates and periodic check-ins in that respect. That would be separate.
And I haven't been involved in detail on how you got to where you're at today, but some of the stuff we did when we were doing progressive design build, we didn't quite call it that, but using that vernacular, was there were hard requirements and then there were goals. So a goal would be like, we'd like to get everybody under one roof, but that's a cost trade we have to do. Where a requirement would be, we've got to have room for everybody somehow. And so there are ways to telegraph that without restricting the design solution and allowing for options as we get to that GMP. And I think the GMP is going to be two critical, your selection of the contractors, and then the GMP is the other critical.
Well, that's where you know whether you're on budget or not on budget, right?
And what you're going to get delivered.
As a result.
What you're expecting to get delivered. Councilmember Kalijerovic.
Yes, my only remaining question is, we have a very defined budget with the bond that we passed. And we had said that we're very comfortable with our fire budget. With this process, this is all public safety, and with a goal of having all of our police personnel under one roof. Does this process allow us to be flexible where maybe there are some cost savings somewhere that we can still find ways to maybe not meet our goal, but work towards that goal of getting everyone up under one roof?
Yeah, I mean, I think the design solution and having the contractor on board really helping us work through the different iterations that could be developed on site, whether it's new building next to the existing building while it's being constructed, or expansion and renovation of the annex. I mean, there could be a lot of iterations that we need to explore and see what the value is of that versus what concessions you might have to make.
Right, but I mean, saying we're separating fire and police, so we're running those separately, right?
Yeah.
Is there still a way to be collaborative with those two separate paths?
Yeah, I think Certainly it's your money. So, if there are savings from one bucket, you can move it to the other bucket. Now, the design fees may adjust. If you add more scope to one side that wasn't originally intended, they may say, well, there's an added cost for our fees. So that's where I could see a little bit of nuance in the contract.
Right.
But certainly, if you have money to save on one, that could be slid to another or vice versa. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. It sounds like those decisions should be earlier in the process to avoid what you were just describing.
Yeah, and each iteration of design, there'll be cost estimates to give us kind of a litmus test of where we're going and keep us on track.
Yeah, maybe another way to look at this is if we have clear indication that any one of these 4 facilities that we've got set aside funding for can be executed and delivered well within that particular bucket and budget, we can then make a decision to relocate or reallocate some of those funds. There's nothing in Measure FP that limits us to spending them on one particular public safety facility versus another. But what we've been very careful to do out of fairness to what we telegraphed to the community and what we all committed to in our process is to ensure that the stations that we identified and the pockets of money that we identified as a budget that we are initially designing towards. Okay. Now, if we find that we have extraordinary savings in any one of those, we can decide how we want to then spend that money.
Or for example, if we've identified a solution for the police station that helps us towards that goal, but can't address the police annex, for example, that's a decision that we can.
Absolutely, that decision we can make. Yes, and if, as an example, we have options hypothetically with the annex renovation itself. Let's say, if instead of spending $15 million in the annex, we choose to spend $5 million, and we were to allocate $10 million from that pot of money towards the main station here, and that gives us the extra 5,000, 2,000 square feet we need to bring over a whole nother unit to the station, i.e. the detective bureau or whatever, we can make that choice in real time, and we'll have that capacity.
But am I right in saying like those decisions need to be made sooner than later?
They'll be made as we begin the design process, and we have then refined cost estimation based on what our design builder is telling us is more real-time pricing, right? Right now, we're working on line item estimates, spreadsheet analysis based on Griffin's past performance. We don't have a contractor in here telling us, well, given today's tariff environment or whatever it might be, or today's competition or design competition, whatever, this is your real pricing.
Well, and that is my hesitation. I mean, we picked this number prior to inflation, prior to tariffs, and
exactly. And that's why I want to make very clear, as much as I would very much love to bring all of our employees in the police department under one roof, until we see what the construction estimates are in real time from the person that's ultimately purporting to build it, I don't want you all to get excited about that prospect. We may not have that ability.
Right. Okay, that's my only question.
I do want to add realism to it, though. I mean, we have to be realistic in our expectations. To make decisions at the early design concepts and pricing is a little risky. And if we wait till we get to the what do you call it? What's the price that we
guaranteed maximum price?
Yeah, GMP. Then it's very true. If we take money from one because we see the GMP and that's a pretty solid number, and we saved some money here, putting it into the next one, that would affect their GMP. And so there would be some increased costs from it to go back and redesign or redo. So it's hard for us to engage early with any assurance until you get to something that's more of a concrete design. Because the earlier you are in the design, the less sure those estimates are, right? They refine as you tighten it up.
We'll get more and more informed as the process goes.
Yeah. So I just want to be realistic in expectations.
No, yeah, and I just wanted, the question was more focused towards this process would allow for some of that flexibility.
It does. Yeah. It does. This process gives us the most flexibility in with that respect. It doesn't necessarily ensure that it's going to give us the outcome.
I do want to share one thing, and I see Councilmember Barrett, you raised your hand again, so I'll get to you. Before I forget, I share the chief's concern. I think the biggest risk area for us is that comm center. And if we have to move it or temporarily duplicate it, That's a huge
No,
risk.
that's gonna blow a hole in our budget. Yeah, we do
Well,
not want
not just
that
our
to
budget,
happen.
but even if we spend a lot of money on it, it's still a high-risk item.
Yeah.
It's hard to build something, fly something of that complexity without impact while you're redoing the whole thing.
Well, and that's why we've been our goal in identifying how we approach the temporary facility and siting analysis is twofold. How do we maintain continuity of service, not just from basic functionality, but from a proximity standpoint, fire station 1 and 2. And then secondarily, how can we do that while saving the most money during that temporary solution, right? And keeping dispatch in place, keeping the jail in place, and finding a way to build the new facility next to the current is absolutely the best way for us to do that. We just, ideally, we find a way to do that. Now, it's going to create architectural discomfort for all of us here on the campus. It's going to look like hell around here for a very long period of time if that's the goal. Just like it's going to create discomfort for us in our back patio, and we're going to be parking in the library parking structure for a couple years while we're building Station 1. So things around Civic Center are going to be
our spots, right?
All of our spots. It's not going to be, this is not going to be a real sexy Civic Center for a while. But then we're going to have to, anticipate that. Yeah.
So I do think, and we can get to this offline, but I do think telegraphing that comm center and the importance of it in the RFP for the police side is something our concerns about that, and they should show how they mitigate that in their proposal. And we should track that throughout the design process. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. For the city manager and city attorney, who will be providing legal advice to the city throughout this process, from contract review to monitoring, mitigating, resolving claims during the course of construction, delay, disruption, mitigation, whatever? Who's going to be the legal eagle guiding us through this process on our end?
I'll defer to Joy initially. I would assume we would use the same typical infrastructure, our in-house team supplemented by experts in this area. And I don't
have our bond counsel, and we have counsel for overseeing.
I think the key will be when we get to the procurement and contractual phase for building, do we perhaps use some of our firms that have expertise in that field to supplement our contract review if it's going to be needed, because we've got the DBI example. I mean, I think if we build a good deliverable, I think we're probably in many respects okay. I think there's some good literature for us to draw on, but we may want to bring in some additional legal expertise to assist in that final contract review.
Okay. That seems to make sense to have an attorney with expertise in construction contracts, design build contracts to put eyes on it and guide us, so that baked in at the beginning, there's protections. So do we have somebody who we've used, outside counsel? Will there be a process to vet and look for additional outside counsel who could be with us for the next 2-3+ years through this process and can help us and work with our team?
Yeah, we do. We have some. I'm not sure. I don't know if Joy and I have actually consulted on their immediate availability for this, but as we get closer to that phase,
seems prudent to do.
Yes, agreed.
Okay. Yes. And then through the course of construction, as I already mentioned, claims and what have you, typically the design builder will have an attorney, maybe a claims consultant involved early to document and paper the file throughout. So having somebody on board who can do that, they don't have to be here every day, but to monitor it so that we don't get to the end of this thing and say, well, here's a big claim. You delayed us, you disrupted us, we couldn't get to the project. We had price escalations. You didn't build that in. Steel is now twice as expensive. So, yeah.
We
Sound like a plan.
specifically retained counsel for FP. So, yes.
Construction counsel or bond counsel? We're talking, okay.
I think that's predominantly bond counsel. But yes, I think
points taken.
Points well taken.
All right.
We'll have strategies for that as we enter that phase.
And then the footprint, the space that is going to be used to construct these structures. Has that been determined? Will that, no? Are we going to let the bidders know, here's the maximum footprint that you can use to build what it is, design and build what it is that we're going to build? We know, so for example, the annex, there's that space, which includes an existing structure. It has a parking area. There's potentially more. At what point is that going to be part of the package where here's the space that you can design and build on potentially?
That's there, right? Stations 1 and 2, existing footprint, general square footages, parameters, functionality. Here's our service needs under a contemporary operation. Annex is an existing structure. Obviously, we're renovating an existing building in that respect.
Okay.
I think the one that's probably most fungible, correct me if I'm wrong here, Dustin, is exactly how we would site and what potential envelope we can afford as it relates to the replacement main police station, right?
Here on site.
Here on site. That's the one area where I think we're going to be a little more open to suggestion.
With what's underground, the limitations there, parking structure, utility vaults, there's things that are there that are costly. So we want to make sure and be cognizant of the right location, best value.
Okay.
And just general comment, we're not looking to increase square footages in any of these general locations, right? We might have some room for margin there, plus or minus debits and credits, but this is not, hey, can we build instead of, a 30,000 square foot facility, can we now have a 60,000? We're describing this generally within existing footprints in terms of overall sizing.
Okay.
Because that's what we think we can afford.
Right.
So.
Got it. And so for the annex, that's just a modernization. There's not going to be any expansion anticipated of any kind.
I mean, at least not at this juncture. If they come back and say, we got this great solution for you, if you put in a little wing here on the corner, you can get, X, Y, or Z, maybe we would consider that, but not in the initial narrative.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, that's all the hands I had up. Anybody care to make a?
What is the motion at this point? Because you want to bring the.
Well, I think approve this.
I don't think approving is on the table.
Approve the progressive design build approach. I think that's the whole, today's milestone is the acquisition strategy. And that's what we're recommending is a progressive design build approach. We have draft RFPs that I think based on comments today and some conversations, we can further refine. And we can bring that package back out as a consent calendar item for final release as we work on some of those details. And we will be coming back to you with a proposed amendment with Griffin for the next phase of work as they continue to represent us as our owner rep. So
basically paragraph 1, not the approved request for qualifications.
All right, so I would make the motion to implement selection of progressive design build, and then I guess really it's direction to staff for everything else based on what we talked about.
Second.
Okay, second by Councilman.
One of the bald people seconded.
Any member of the public wish to address this?
I think they left.
Anybody online?
We have no e-comments and no Zoom participants.
Okay, any last words from fire or police?
Or
staff?
Public Works?
Public Works, anybody? Bueller? Okay, well, call.
Thumbs up.
You wanted to say something?
I had a question.
Okay,
I'm sorry, but what you just said, we can't expand the square footage that we have existing, which.
We shouldn't expect to expand, right?
Right.
We can't is more of a function of cost.
Right, and the question I have is when we are finding numbers to construct I'm thinking of the police station because this is where we're constrained. The number we got, was that a number just to reconstruct what we had? Because we knew that was deficient massively for the
Yes.
personnel.
Yeah.
So the number that we were given was just to rebuild a massively deficient sized building.
Well, you remember, we discussed two different concepts. A
Putting one all
brand-new
together.
station in one location, that in itself was almost $100 million alone.
Right, 98. remember?
Versus renovate the existing annex and reconstruct square footage of our current kind of office space at the main station.
Yeah.
And that, we chose the latter because from a prudent calculation standpoint, we thought that's what the residents would support, largely informed by the survey and other inputs there.
Yeah.
So in an ideal world, we'd have another $50 million to play with
No,
here,
I know.
but we don't.
I wanted to make the point that that decision was.
But nothing locks us into that. If the contractors can deliver more square footage for that price.
If we can slightly, I'm managing our
I know you're
expectations
managing
here.
expectations, but there's nothing that locks it in that says you will only build what.
If the contract, if our progressive design builder has a creative way to get us more square footage here at the main station, we're going to be thrilled. I just want to make sure everybody's tempered with that.
Yes.
You can do amazing things with canvas.
An additional comment.
Okay.
So I really appreciate the invaluable insight that you're going to lend to this process, Mr. Mayor, from all your years of experience with procurement. But I want to make sure that we don't slow anything down trying to get these RFPs perfect. We've retained an expert. We're going to retain further experts in this. We just need to go because, I'd like by the time I'm termed out to see a brand new fire station too, please.
And police.
I think we need to temper it. There's the rush into it and do bad things, and then there's
do it with the experts at doing it, who we vetted and chose to do this.
I can point out contracts where we said that and we're behind.
Look, you're gonna get to see what's going on, and it's obviously RFPs are gonna come to us. And you can opine then. I just don't want staff held up while,
I want to get this out quickly,
Thank
too.
you. All right. Awesome.
I think we feel good. I mean, some of these conversations were today, so they're fresh. We feel good that we can collaborate in an efficient way and move this along. We are also, as I said, working on our amendment with Griffin. That's an important piece of the next set of deliverables on the owner's rep side as well. So both those things will be happening in parallel. I appreciate your sentiment, and we share it. We want to move this along. And we think we have a very good draft. I think some refinement here and there isn't something that's going to take us too long to manage.
Cool. Thanks.
Okay, I'll call the vote then. All four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Down to N4. I think this is, thank you very much. Appreciate it. This is about discussions and possible action. This is where we're designating where we're going to put up the public legal notices based on the changes we made to the city charter with the Measure CAP.
Hi, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'll be presenting N4, and Laura Diaz, who's the Records Management Supervisor, will be managing the PowerPoint. So as the mayor mentioned, this item is related to the measure that was on the March 4th election, and we need to provide, council needs to provide at least three areas of where we can post the ordinances, mostly majority of the ordinances. As you notice, we've updated the charter sections. It's 915, 17.9, 19, and 19.5. Majority of it is because of the word published. So that was, we have now other alternatives. And really the main one is the ordinance. The other ones usually have legal notices, which are probably 1 or 2 pages. The ordinance is where we could run into 50 pages, which we recently had the building permits, building, what was it? The
specification.
Yeah. Thank you. So we had 50 pages. However, since we had in the charter we can now do a summary of the ordinance. That sort of helped that one. But for the items that relate to municipal affairs, we will have some choices, and one is to post at 3 locations in the jurisdiction. So the other part is, and plus on the website. So the thing is that I know we want to get into more of the technology of putting it on the computer and having it on the website and be it. However, the state hasn't changed theirs. As a matter of fact, there was a discussion at the last new laws conference for the city clerk, and they made a comment that technically it's the lobbyists related to the newspapers that are hitting Sacramento. So that's why there hasn't really been a change. And so now we have to, council will have to designate 3 public locations so that it will, so we have 25 this year ordinances, and they could run from 10 pages to 50 pages, and the cost is between maybe $5,000 to $10,000 for one ordinance. That's huge. So that's what we're trying to do, is lower that cost, and then hopefully, eventually, the laws will change, and we'll have to change our charter, and we'll have something a little bit more technology savvy.
So quick question, you're saying that with this change, we will not have to publish in the local paper, or do we still have to publish?
We still have to publish only the ones that do not pertain to municipal affairs here.
Okay.
So there might be some things where maybe, I don't know offhand, but maybe things that relate to, it's more than just our affairs.
Right, okay.
And so we would have to still post it in the paper.
Okay.
But this will reduce a lot of costs related to that. So, and then the website, we've already been publishing or putting on the website all the ordinance. That's always been done since day one. So, and we now have a URL that's short, so it's redondo.org, legal notices. Okay, so the 3 proposed areas that I mentioned, and of course, we'll have a couple of alternatives. So the Norwich Branch Library, which this is the outside, majority of these are all outside because we want the public to view it, because if the library's closed, we still want to have it up there. So this would be the area, this is right where the parking lot is. And these 3 I'm proposing only just because there's more foot traffic. The next one, go ahead, next. The next one is City Hall. As you notice, this happens to be a day where we had a lot of notices. And, but what we do is we just literally it's 20 pages, we put it up and put a pin cushion and they can flip through it. So it's not like we're gonna spread it out. Okay. If you have 50 pages, we're not gonna spread out the whole ordinance. Next one. And this is Alta Vista Park. We can go inside. The only problem is that they're only open from certain hours. So Monday through Friday, it's like from 8 to 9, and then on the weekend, it's from 8 to 7. So the other alternative would be go back, would be on the right side or the left side of the pictures. That's where we would put a small bulletin board for that. Next one, Perry Park Senior Center. Oh, wait a minute, we're at the alternate. We need to go back one. City Hall, okay, I'm sorry. The next one, okay, Alta Vista. So those are the 3. And then we have some alternate ones, so let's go to the next one. Perry Park Senior Center, so that's just an area we could put that up. Next one. Anderson Park would be here right at the beginning of the senior center. Next one, Dominguez Dog Park would be the other area that already has a bulletin board. Next one. So we were asking council to make 3 different locations. We need at least 3. We can do more. The city clerk's office, the next day, once the ordinance is approved, we would literally have to go to the 4, 3, whatever sites. We would have to physically go there and post it. That's just what we have to do at this point. And if you have any questions.
All right, thank you, Eleanor. I did talk to the mayor and city clerk, city manager about the Anderson Park location for bulletin. It's currently where there's a Dropbox location. It's sort of seen as a place it's got traffic. There's an overhung area where you don't have to go inside to see the bulletin you had mentioned. Other locations, they can be closed. So, and I understand it's a minimal cost, minimal burden to add a fourth at Anderson Park in North Redondo Beach so anyway, that's what I would propose.
Over the North Branch Library?
Or in addition?
In addition to, so yeah.
It'd be 4 locations, including Anderson Park Senior Center.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji?
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2512-096 with the addition of Anderson Park as a 4th location.
Second.
I had a question.
Need a motion second.
Both of us had our hands raised.
Okay, Councilmember Castle.
Do all of these have to be outside? I mean, for example, the libraries and Alta Vista Park, I mean, they're open on the weekends during more than just business hours. Just from if you have paper outside, it's going to get wrecked in a couple of days, just given moisture, versus being just inside the doorway on the wall.
Yeah, we can have, for like Alta Vista, we would have it inside. They actually had a board there.
Already, right.
Yeah,
Inside
so, and they were open the longest hours.
Uh-huh.
The issue is like Perry Park Senior Center, they were, their hours are different. It just depends on what kind of programs they're having. The same thing with Anderson Park. When we went there during the day, they were actually closed, so we couldn't go in. So for Anderson Park, it would be best to have it outside.
But what about the libraries?
The libraries, well, the one here at City Hall, we're sort of underneath.
Right.
So we have ours already.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, the North Branch Library would be, they already have a couple of boards on there, so they would just be incorporated into it. It's outside, it's before you walk in, because they're closed also.
Right.
So we were there during the day, they were closed.
We got to talk to Dana. These people work. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Waller.
I'm fine with the Anderson Park location, and I would potentially even say, let's trade that for Alta Vista. We've got City Hall here, which covers districts 1 and 2. It's not that far for people. And that would save us not just the money, but it would save the city clerk's office that much extra effort if they have to go to 3 locations instead of 2 locations. Since this is, I don't consider that going to a location. It's like, that's kind of easy. Does anybody feel strongly that we should have 4 locations?
I'm fine with, I was going to say, I'm fine with that friendly amendment.
What does the clerk think about that?
Yeah.
4 locations
It's
versus
just one less place we have to go to.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so friendly amendment
to make it.
So amended the motion to remove Alta Vista Park.
And I like that because, I mean, just North Redondo is very linear, so having 2 in North Redondo kind of makes sense, where we're more compact down here in South Redondo, and it's kind of the centroid of activity.
Simplifies the level of staffing that's needed to support each of those locations.
Okay. So we have an amended motion on the table, and we have a second, right? And there's nobody here in the audience. Is anybody online to address this?
I have no Zoom comments and e-comments, none.
Okay, then I'll call the vote. All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2512-096, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, to designate 3 official locations for the posting of ordinances and other legal notices pertaining to municipal affairs of the city to satisfy publication requirements under Measure Cap related to Charter Amendment Article 9, Section 9.15, Article 17, Section 17.9, and Article 19, Sections 19 and 19.5, as amended.
Okay, thank you. City manager items.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A couple things. Housekeeping items for latter part of the agenda tonight when we do adjournment. We have a couple of events coming up at our next 2 council meetings. We've got the holiday tree lighting that's occurring next Tuesday night at 5 o'clock. My suggestion would be that we'd start earlier in the evening for closed session so we can get to the substantive items that we have scheduled for the 12-9 agenda. You could deal with that at adjournment, just a reminder for that. And then also what we have scheduled.
3 o'clock?
Yeah, 3 or 3:30, whatever the group's able to do. And then we have 3 discussion items tentatively scheduled for the 9th for the agenda. We have the Chris King Harbor entry sign discussion. Got that, never mind. King Harbor entry sign discussion, that's coming back.
Sorry, it's been a long day.
Yeah, it's too late. I figured that was gonna thud. But we will be bringing that back. We've got different iterations of the options for the wording below, and we have.
It's not going to be consent.
That's the 9th, 12-9. So we're going to have a discussion item on that for next Tuesday. We're also going to have this is a strategic planning item. We're going to have the tree inventory, citywide tree inventory and the canopy policies discussion next Tuesday. And then we're also tentatively scheduled to have a presentation on our Diamond Street and Redondo Union High School traffic circulation study. We've been working on for some time. The Public Works Sustainability Commission has discussed. So we've got 3 discussion items next Tuesday. We'll have a couple of consent kind of items as well. So it's a busy night. Just want to make sure everybody understands that. We're also meeting on 12/16, and we'll have a comparable number of discussion items that night. Won't go through them today. And we also may need an earlier start to the closed session in order to get through items that evening, because we have the menorah lighting that night as well.
Yep.
So that's our upcoming
I'll
calendar.
let the folks at change.org know about the hearing next week on Tuesday about the sign.
I posted it.
All right. I'm just kidding.
Okay, anything else?
That's all, Mayor.
Okay. Mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Waller?
None.
Councilmember Castle? None. Councilmember Kalajerovich?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
I feel like there was something we discussed that we wanted to put on, but oh, good, none.
She added something to the agenda for the
Housing Authority.
Housing Authority.
Regarding
Do you want to revisit the
housing trust?
Housing trust, that would be a city council discussion.
Yes. So, I mean, it's not a huge rush, but
Yeah, we're planning to bring that to you for consideration. Each COG city's going to have their councils take a look at this. So that's in the works. I'm not exactly sure when we'll bring it.
Okay, cool.
But it will be
And
on
I'm
the
setting
upcoming
something
agenda.
up with the COG if 2 of the council wants to sit in with me. I think we can do that.
I'm good.
Oh, no, we
I
can't.
got
Can't do
nothing else.
that. Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, none.
Is this where we do referrals for closed session or?
Yeah, either.
So we had an item tonight that we missed
Yes, that,
to discuss your performance.
yeah, that will come back. We were going to carry that forward this evening. It just got missed on the agenda Passover. So we'll have that back on for the 9th. And we'll have.
So I don't need to do a referral.
No, that'll come back, and we'll also have the school property discussion that we didn't get to tonight as well, along with some other
Okay,
items.
then I have none. Okay, so now we're adjourning. 2 things. So first off, we're adjourning in memory of Jim Sheehy, who's been a longtime Redondo Beach resident and a U.S. Navy veteran. And we're also changing what's on the agenda here. So our next city council meeting would be adjourned to the regular meeting to be held at 3 p.m. for closed session, and a regular session to be at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, December 9th, 2025, with a break in between at 5 o'clock for the tree lighting. So can I get a motion to that effect, to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
And we got a second. Anyone wish to speak to Jim Sheehy?
I guess I could say a few words. I've known Jim for quite a while. He dealt with cancer for many years, and even while he had cancer, he would put his walker out, and he would really he'd go out. I don't remember whether he did a marathon when he was still when he was dealing with his cancer, or it was just previous to that, but he actually did a marathon with his walker. And he's been just a good guy in the community for many years. And I know that I've already gotten calls from his family today that they definitely appreciate that we're doing this.
Okay, with that, we had a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, anybody opposed? We are adjourned.